Every year, hundreds vanish inside our national parks. No struggle, no trace, just gone. The rangers who go looking, the ones trained to track, to rescue, sometimes find more than they're ready to see. These are their accounts. True reports, drawn from incident logs, missing person files, and the ones that never made it to the public record. You've heard the legends. My name is Cole Matthews. I've served as a senior ranger with Teton National Forest for 18 years, stationed out of the Moran District. The mountains here are a kind of silence that gets under your skin, big, cold, and endless. I've seen storms form and die in minutes, watched rivers take lives in seconds, and once found a tent buried under 6 inches of pine needles that looked no more than a week old, though the gear inside had been discontinued since the 90s. Trailhead 47 isn't the kind of place people stumble across by accident. It's an access point off a maintenance road, 5 miles past the last official marker, where the forest starts to rise toward the north ridges of the Tetons. The sign is half rotted, nailed crookedly to a lodgepole pine. I check it every few weeks, make sure the logbook stays dry, replace the pencils. No one really uses it except backcountry researchers and the occasional die-hard hiker looking to disappear for a while. Last spring, on May 12th, 2 hikers signed in at that log. Aaron and Lily, 3-day trek, headed North Loop. Their handwriting was neat, deliberate, like people who'd planned the trip for a while. I didn't think much of it until mid-September, when I was reviewing the seasonal incident reports and noticed the line still hanging in the back of my head. Something about it itched. Their car was still there. I remember it because of the color. A faded blue Subaru Outback, parked under a dead spruce, half covered in pollen. It had been sitting so long that a squirrel had built a nest under one of the wipers. I ran the plates through dispatch, registered to Aaron Trask, age 31, from Bozeman, Montana. No active missing persons report. At first, I figured they'd gotten picked up, maybe hitchhiked back another way, or never bothered to sign out, which happens more often than you'd think. Still, I couldn't shake the quiet wrongness of that car. It looked left, not forgotten. That morning, I packed a standard patrol kit radio, GPS, map, medbag, and signed myself out at the station. 6,045 hours. Temperature at 39 degrees, sky clear. I planned to hike the first 12 miles of the North Loop, check for recent campsite signs, maybe find where they'd stayed. The air is heavier, wetter somehow, even when it hasn't rained. The trail narrows quick, choked by underbrush that reclaims ground faster than we can clear it. A few years back, we stopped maintaining it beyond the first 6 miles. After that, the route is more memory than path-old blazes on the trees, most worn smooth by weather. Someone had used it recently. There were small bones mixed with the ash rabbit, maybe. I jotted it in my notes. About 10 yards from the site, I noticed something else, a length of nylon cord tied around a pine at knee height, frayed but taut. It led off into the brush. Following it, I found the rest of the camp. 2 sleeping pads flattened by time, a cooking pot overturned, half buried in dirt. No packs, no food, no clothing, just the impression of people having been there once. I checked for signs of animal disturbance but found none. No claw marks, no drag trails. I radioed base, told them I'd located an old site matching the likely time frame of May or June. No response. Not unusual. The Valley Dead Zone needs signal until you hit the ridgeline. By late afternoon, I reached what we call the Cut, a narrow, V-shaped pass that leads into a shallow basin where the North Loop bends east. Snow lingered in the shadows, even in spring. That's where I found the first real sign that something was wrong. Boot prints. 2 sets, parallel at first, then scattering near the bend. They were faint but distinct hiker souls, mid-size, probably male and female. I crouched to check orientation. They'd been moving downhill, toward the basin, but halfway down, the impressions changed. The heel marks vanished, as if they'd started walking on the balls of their feet. Then the prints stopped altogether, swallowed by moss and meltwater. I decided to push another half-mile before turning back. The basin opened like a bowl, ringed by black firs. There was a stream cutting through the center, shallow and slow, its surface shining in the late light. That's where I saw it, a small makeshift shelter on the far side. Tarps. Poles. It wasn't imagination. I could see my breath. The shelter had collapsed inward, its frame broken, but it hadn't been there long. The tarps were clean, modern, same brand. The park issues for emergencies. It was a section of their trail permit. The ink had run, but I could still read the names, Aaron and Lily. The wind shifted, bringing a smell I couldn't place. Not rot, not animal. Metallic, faint, like wet iron. I radioed again. This is Ranger Matthews, location North Basin off Trailhead 47. Found probable shelter of missing hikers. Request confirmation of dispatch log. Then a burst of garbled sound. Half a word, maybe copy, and silence. I stayed still, waiting. Nothing. Tap, 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 like something brushing against wood. I turned toward the sound. The trees were still. Then again, tap. Closer. The ground sucked at my boots, sticky with melt. The bell tinkled once, sharp and high. When I reached for it, I realized the branch wasn't part of a living tree. It was broken, jammed into the ground at an angle, stripped of bark. The bell was tied to it with fishing line. The sound wasn't the bell at all. It was coming from deeper in. Another bell, then another, hanging at intervals from saplings. Each was tied low, all along a faint path leading uphill. The forest beyond was darker, the air denser. I stopped at the third bell. Beneath it, half buried in moss, was a trail marker stake. Number 47, carved into the wood. Behind me, I turned, scanning. Nothing. The forest was the same, still and green and endless, but the bells had stopped swinging. Every single one. I checked my radio again. Dead. I marked the coordinates on my map, back down toward the basin, not turning my light off until I hit the stream again. The bells didn't ring again. But as I crossed the water, I realized the smell. The iron in the air had grown stronger. It wasn't the stream. It wasn't the stream. The light was thinning fast by the time I noticed the bags had moved. At first, I told myself it was the wind, or maybe runoff beneath the tarp shifting the ground, but the air was dead still. The surface of the stream beside me looked like glass. No ripple, no sound. For a full minute, nothing happened. That sharp, iron tang mixed with damp earth. It caught in my throat. I unzipped the first sleeping bag. Empty, just like before. Damp but clean. The second one was zipped to the top. Inside were clothes layered and folded with strange care. 2 jackets, base layers, hiking socks. All belonged to a woman, from size and cut. Beneath them was a single notebook, waterlogged but intact. The first page bore two names in neat blue ink, Aaron and Lily. But every page past the first was blank, except for one line scrawled on the very last page. The handwriting was messy, crooked, as if written in a hurry. It read, "We saw the lights again last night. They stopped when we stopped." My gut went cold. I packed the notebook carefully, sealed it in my dry bag, and made one more note for evidence collection. Then I radioed again. Static. Just that faint crackle of a signal trying and failing to form words. By the time I crossed the stream again, dusk was bleeding into the basin, and shadows had started to stretch too long for the hour. The hike back should have been straightforward. The trail cut was clear, marked by my earlier boot tracks. But when I reached where the prints had ended before, I found something new. Another set of prints beside mine. Not from before. Pressed into the soft moss, heel to toe, pacing between trees as if circling. One set. Smaller than mine, but deeper, like the person had been carrying weight. Even at twilight, there should have been frogs, insects, something. I turned on my headlamp and followed the prints a few steps. The beam caught on something pale just ahead. A scrap of fabric snagged on a low branch. I recognized the brand logo, same as the jackets in the sleeping bag. I started calling out. Then a sound, soft, quick, came from somewhere behind me. A footstep. Just one. Footstep. Just one. The prints behind me were gone. My own, the ones I'd left minutes ago, were already fading under a thin sheen of moisture that hadn't been there before. That was when the light flickered. Not mine. In the forests, it came from far ahead, up the ridge. A single flash, bluish-white, like someone waving a headlamp once, then dark again. "Hello!" I shouted. "Stay where you are." It wasn't a steady beam like a lantern. It pulsed, deliberate, once every few seconds. Almost a rhythm. Once every few seconds. Almost a rhythm. Tap, tap, pause, tap. Something about it was too even. Mechanical. I started uphill, marking my way with flagging tape every 50 feet. The ground grew steeper, slick with melt. Each pulse of light seemed to shift location slightly, never in the same spot twice, always just beyond the next rise. My radio hissed faintly in my chest pocket, catching fragments that didn't form words. There shouldn't have been one. This section of the loop was supposed to be dense fir cover. The ground here was flat and bare, a thin layer of frost over dark soil. The clearing wasn't big, maybe 30 feet across, but every tree at its edge bore a mark. Some were old blazes, but others looked fresh, cut clean into the bark. Triangular notches, all pointing inward. That's when the light appeared again. Not ahead this time, above. It shimmered in the branches overhead, moving between them in slow, smooth arcs. Too large to be a drone, too quiet to be a helicopter. Too quiet to be a helicopter. The glow dimmed instantly, then it flared back, brighter. I felt the ground vibrate under my boots, a low hum, so deep it seemed to come from the soil. My teeth ached from it. The compass clipped to my belt spun again, and the post marker 47 started to tremble. The carving lines shimmered as if wet. I stepped closer, and the air felt heavier, dense with static. The fine hair on my arms lifted. When I touched the wood, the vibration stopped. The light blinked out. Everything was dark. No sound. I turned to back out the way I'd come, following my own flagging tape. But the tape was gone. Every last strip. The clearing looked the same in every direction. No distinct slope. No visible ridgeline. I checked my GPS again. Signal loop detected. I crouched and brushed aside a layer of pine needles. Beneath them was wood, rough and splintered, arranged in boards. A platform, maybe old logging scaffolding, half buried. I knocked on it, solid. Then something knocked back. 3 taps, clear and slow. Then a whisper of air, faint but there, like a breath exhaled through cracks. The stream glowed faintly in the moonlight, thin mist curling off it. The shelter was still there, dark and still. I thought I saw movement inside, but it might have been my eyes adjusting. I radioed base one last time. "I'm at the North Basin," I said, steadying my voice. "Trailhead 47 route. Possible duplicate ping is error. I'm heading back." A pause. Then, "Copy. But we've got you marked near the trailhead right now." The transmission fizzed out. I stared down at my GPS. The screen flickered, coordinates jumping between where I stood and the start of the trail. 2 signals, alternating in real time. That's when the light came back, this time at the base of the shelter, faint and steady. Something inside was glowing. At first I thought the glow came from my own gear, maybe the GPS reflecting off moisture, or the light bouncing strangely through mist. But when I took another step closer, the color deepened. A soft, bluish hue that shimmered against the canvas walls of the collapsed shelter. It pulsed once. The water lapped quietly behind me as I crossed. The mud around the shelter squelched under my boots, black and thick. The smell hit again. Iron, metallic, stronger now, like the inside of a rusted can. When I pulled the tarp aside, the light cut out. Total dark. I held still, listening. My heart was pounding, but beneath it, I heard something else. A faint hiss, steady and even. For a second, I thought it was the radio. But when I reached for it, the sound shifted pitch, like someone exhaling slowly through teeth. The sleeping bags were both zipped again. My flashlight beam jittered across the interior. The left bag had sunk slightly, as if weighted from inside. I hesitated, leaned forward, and pressed a gloved hand down on it. But the fabric was warm. That made no sense. I stepped back, every nerve awake now. My breath fogged thick in front of me, though the temperature shouldn't have dropped that far yet. I spun around, expecting to see someone standing there with a lantern. The beam swept across the trees, catching only fog and trunks. The glow wasn't external. It was everywhere, bleeding through the mist itself. It had no source. It moved like water, pooling and receding, flickering just above the ground. Then, faintly, I saw shapes in it. For a few seconds, I thought it had to be reflections, maybe my light hitting vapor. But when I raised the flashlight, they didn't vanish. They stood still, human in outline, faintly luminescent around the edges. I shouted, "Aaron? Lily?" I caught half a word, something like loop, and then the same low hum I'd heard by the ridge. I took a step forward. The silhouettes flickered, and for one heartbeat, I saw faces. Not clearly, but enough to know they were wrong. Blurred, stretched somehow, like seen through rippling water. Their eyes were the same shade of light. The mist swirled once, as if stirred by something moving through it, and settled flat. I backed up to the stream and realized my boots had sunk deeper into the mud than before. Ankle deep now, though I hadn't moved far. The water itself had risen. Just an inch, maybe two, but enough that it now ran around the edges of the shelter. I turned toward the way back, but the path had changed. The ridge was gone. I should have been able to see the faint outline of the slope from here, even in low light. Instead, the forest behind me seemed to stretch on infinitely, the trees taller, closer together than they'd been. And then, under the hum of the electronics, came another sound, a soft creaking, like wood shifting under weight. I turned my headlamp toward the trees. A figure was standing there now. This one was clear of solid. A man's shape, tall, still as the trunks around him. I called out again, voice cracking, "Stay where you are. Identify yourself." No reply. Identify yourself. No reply. The figure looked wrong at the edges, like it didn't quite fit into the space around it. Its outline shimmered faintly blue, same as the earlier glow. My boots slipped constantly, the ground uneven, water everywhere. At some point, I realized I'd circled back to the same clearing with the wooden post. The carved number glinted wetly in my light, 47. The ground beneath the post was trembling faintly, as though something beneath was breathing. I leaned down and brushed at the soil. It wasn't solid anymore. Mud thinned into standing water, perfectly circular around the post, maybe 6 feet across. And in that pool, something reflected. Not my face. It was the image of 2 people standing where I should have been, heads tilted slightly as though watching. Then the water rippled, and their shapes distorted into nothing. I stepped back. My boot hit something hard. Another post. I turned. Behind me, 5 more stood in a rough line, each carved with the same number, 47 burned deep into the grain. I tried the radio again. It clicked once, then a faint voice bled through. "Matthews, loop, stay still." Then static swallowed it whole. Something moved behind the nearest post. A figure stepped out, slow and careful, then another. They were dressed like hikers, jackets, packs, headlamps dark. Their movements were stiff, uncertain, as if remembering how to walk. The man raised his head, and the beam caught his face. Aaron Trask. I recognized him from the driver's license photo in the car file. Same jawline, same beard, except his eyes were washed out, pupils pale blue. "Lily," I said, barely a whisper. The second figure turned. The same blank eyes. They didn't speak, just stared for a long moment, then both tilted their heads toward the trees. Behind them, the forest shimmered faintly again, those same pulses of light moving like underwater currents. "I'm here to get you home, but I need you to stay right there." Aaron opened his mouth. What came out wasn't words, just the hum low, vibrating through the air, through the ground. My flashlight flickered. Lily lifted her hand. I thought she was reaching toward me. Then she pointed to something behind me. I turned. Another figure stood in the shadows near the edge of the clearing. For a moment, I thought it was another ranger, but then my stomach dropped. The man wore my jacket, my name patch. The same radio, the same pack. Even the same flashlight model clipped to the strap. He didn't move, just stood there, face obscured by shadow, until the beam caught his chin, and I saw it was me. Not exactly, but close enough to make my blood go cold. The face was pale, edges flickering like an image projected onto smoke. I stumbled back, nearly falling into the water. The duplicates. Aaron and Lily stood still, eyes reflecting the faint light. The other version of me tilted its head, mirroring the same slow, unnatural angle as theirs. Then the hum rose, louder, pulsing from every direction. I shouted into the radio. Emergency. Trailhead 47, possible spatial distortion or sinkhole request. Immediate extraction. Static. Then, faintly, Matthews. Copy. Stay still. But I couldn't. I took a step toward it, but the ground shifted beneath me, a sudden hollow drop. I barely caught myself on a root. Beneath the hole, a gap opened, a tunnel or crevice running parallel to the stream, reeking of cold air and iron. From its depths came a voice, my own. Ranger Matthews, do not. Somewhere behind me, a bell chimed once, far too close. I turned toward the sound, ready to run. And in the corner of my eye, just before I stepped into the trees, I saw my reflection again, kneeling by the hole, staring up at me, whispering words I couldn't hear. For a second, I thought the reflection was just a trick of the light. Bad angle. But this one breathed. It tilted its head the way I did, a fraction of a beat behind, like it was learning. I stumbled back, the beam jerking across trunks and fog, catching only fragments. The edge of the stream, the half-collapsed post, the mud slicking into the crevice. When I looked again, the reflection was gone. The hole below was just darkness. The radio crackled once, sharp enough to make me flinch. My own voice. Cole, don't move. I froze. The signal popped, hissed, then died again. The forest felt heavier now, pressing inward, as though the trees had drawn closer. I turned my light in a slow circle. The orange tape I'd left before was there again. Only now, it wasn't hanging from branches. It was tied around the trunks themselves, spiraling upward in tight bands. All of them led back toward the hole. I forced myself to move. One step, then another, retracing where I thought the stream had been. The air smelled stronger now. Iron, ozone, something sharp. Every few yards I heard that faint tapping again, sometimes near, sometimes far. The mist had thickened so much it looked solid. The forest ahead wasn't black anymore, but silver-gray, backlit by a soft glow I couldn't locate. I pushed through it and nearly fell when the ground changed under me gravel instead of mud. My boot struck something hard. It was metal. Signpost, bent and half buried. The paint had worn away except for two numbers, still faintly visible under my light, 47. The sign stood crooked. The trees were wrong, too dense, too close. The parking lot was missing. The air had that high, thin quiet of deep forest, not the echo of open space. I tried to get a GPS fix. The same blue Subaru, parked just where it had been months ago. Only it looked new now, clean, dry, no pollen. The windows reflected the light too perfectly, as if the glass were painted. I approached slow, every sense screaming no. My breath fogged against the cold. The car door opened before I touched it. On the passenger seat lay a trail logbook, the one from the sign-in box. It was open to the same page, Aaron and Lily. 3-day trek. Headed North Loop. A third name had been added beneath, written in smaller letters. The ink was still wet. Day Patrol. Shut the book and stepped back. Aaron and Lily, standing by the tree line, faces half lit by the glow of the mist. Still pale, still unmoving. Trailhead 47, a voice said. Flat, steady, my voice again. Log signed. Patrol complete. After what felt like minutes, I broke through the mist and saw a shape ahead. A cabin, one of the emergency ranger shelters. The door hung open. Inside was dark, except for a faint pulse of blue light spilling from a radio on the desk. I stepped inside. The smell hit first. Metal, pine, smoke. Then something subtler, familiar, my own aftershave. The name patch stitched across the front. The cuffs were still damp. The radio clicked again. Trailhead 47, the voice repeated, calm. Log signed. The air turned colder. Frost began spreading over the window panes, branching in quick veins of white. I moved toward the door. Before I could reach it, the light outside flared bright, spilling through the gaps in the wall. It wasn't blue anymore. It had gone white-hot, filling the entire clearing. A low rumble followed, not thunder exactly, more like the sound of a train passing under the earth. The floorboards trembled. Dust fell from the rafters, then quiet again. When I opened the door, the forest was gone. The ground beyond was flat, covered in frost. No trees, no ridge, no stream, just white emptiness stretching as far as my light reached. Half frozen in the frost, open to the last page. Only one entry. Ranger Cole Matthews, Teton National Forest. Patrol initiated May 12. I dropped the book and looked up. In the distance, maybe 50 yards away, a light was moving, not steady like a lantern, but swinging gently side to side, just out of rhythm. It looked like someone walking. When the light came close enough, I saw the figure holding it. Another ranger. He looked exactly like me. He stopped 10 feet away and lifted the lantern. An old-style kerosene, not one we use anymore. His face was pale, his expression calm. He pointed past me toward the shelter. I turned. The cabin was gone. Just mist and frost behind me now. Yeah. When I faced him again, he was closer. So close I could see frost clinging to his eyelashes. "Loop complete," he said quietly. My own voice. All accounted for. I stepped back. The light in his hand pulsed once, brighter, until everything went white. When I woke, it was daylight. Birdsong. Wind through pines. The Subaru was there again, covered in dust and pollen, just as before. My truck idled nearby, engine still running. My radio hissed quietly on the seat. I checked the time, 6:47 a.m. I'd been gone 14 hours, or a day, or more. When I walked to the logbook, my name was still there, ink faded and dry. Beneath it, someone had added another line in neat handwriting, retrieved, condition stable, do not reopen trail. I took the book, locked it in the cab, and radioed dispatch. "This is Ranger Matthews. Trailhead 47 cleared. No contact with hikers. Returning to base. Only the number carved into the pine remained, fresh, dark, and glistening as if it had just been cut. My name is Lila Hammond. I am a backcountry ranger assigned to the Willapa Range District in southwest Oregon. I've worked these forests for 12 years, long enough to recognize every smell of wet cedar, every tone of the river when it's rising or dropping, and the way silence feels before rain. On paper, my job is to patrol trails, check permits, and respond to emergencies. In practice, I spend my days listening to birds, to water, and sometimes to what isn't there. On the morning of May 28th, a report came through dispatch about a missing couple, Derek and Allison Rhodes, last seen near the Echo Bend campground. Their friend said they'd gone out for a short day hike the previous afternoon and never returned. I remember the time exactly, 6:47 a.m. because the call came while I was brewing my first cup of coffee in the ranger cabin, and I had to pour it out to gear up. People underestimate how quickly you can get turned around once the fog rolls in, but Echo Bend was different. The name Echo Bend refers to a long S-shaped curve of the Willapa River, where the current slows before looping back on itself through thick alder groves. There's no bridge, no real crossing point, just slick boulders, deep channels, and swirling eddies that could swallow a person whole. I knew the sound the river made when it was normal, low, steady, with an undertone like breathing through reeds. But that morning, when I arrived at the trailhead, the air had gone flat. The birds weren't calling. I followed the marked trail for about 2 miles before I saw the first sign, 2 sets of footprints, both small, heading west along the dirt path. They matched the description of the couple's hiking boots noted in their gear list. So far, so good. Not in the sense of going off trail for a bathroom break or a photo stop. No, they veered together at the same point into the dense undergrowth straight toward the river. The soil was soft from overnight drizzle, and the prints were clear, deep heel strikes, close together, suggesting they were moving cautiously. I followed. The smell of iron rose stronger as I approached the water mud and tannins mixing into that metallic tang the Willapa always carries. By the time I reached the riverbank, I expected to find a campsite or maybe a dropped item. At first, I thought the current had shifted overnight and filled in what used to be a gravel bar, but that didn't make sense. The waterline hadn't changed. The 2 sets of prints simply went forward, across the surface, one step after another, each depression perfectly mirrored on the opposite side of the river, as if someone had walked straight through and emerged untouched. I crouched and looked closer. The impressions on the near bank were fresh, crisp outlines, about 2 hours old. But the prints on the far side weren't real soil. They were in silt, still wet from the last tide surge. They shouldn't have held a form like that, not for long. I radioed in. Dispatch, this is Hammond, Unit 2. Request seer support and drone confirmation. Static answered me for 3 seconds before a voice crackled back. Copy, Hammond. Support team ETA 1 hour. Hold position and mark coordinates. I should have waited. That's protocol. I took 3 photographs with my phone for record, then walked upriver to see if they might have used a fallen tree or sandbar as a bridge. Nothing. Just smooth, black water folding around driftwood. Then, faintly, I heard it, a sound like voices. It wasn't words exactly, more like distant talking carried through a pipe. I followed it instinctively, moving along the muddy edge until the bend curved ahead of me. That's when I saw the reflection. Across the water, half hidden by alder branches, stood 2 figures, man and woman, just at the curve's edge. They weren't moving, only standing, looking in my direction. Even through the mist, I could tell their clothes matched the Rhodes' last known description. Red flannel jacket for him, gray windbreaker for her. I called out immediately. Derek! Allison! Stay where you are! I'm coming! I'm coming. I scanned the river for a crossing point, but there wasn't one. The water here was too deep and fast to wade, and the nearest bridge was miles upstream. I switched back to the radio. Dispatch, this is Hammond. Visual contact with 2 possible subjects across the Willapa at Echo Bend. They appear unresponsive. Request drone eyes now. No answer. The fog thickened until even my boots disappeared beneath the gray. I could hear the river again, louder now, slapping against the bank like something restless. And faintly, just faintly. I backed away until my heel hit a root. My hand went to my sidearm, more from habit than intent. The voices stopped. Then, from the middle of the current, I saw movement just beneath the surface. It looked like 2 human shapes, walking slowly, side by side, their outlines blurred by distortion. Cry. When the first one lifted a leg, the water didn't break around it. It folded over like fabric, seamless. I felt the air leave my chest. My radio crackled suddenly. Mond? Hammond, copy. Do you read? I nearly jumped. Copy. Me. I looked back toward the river. The water was calm. No shapes, no voices, just mist sliding over the surface. I wanted to believe I'd imagined it, that the fog and exhaustion had played tricks. But when I turned back toward the trail, I noticed something new prints beside my own boot tracks, 2 sets. Smaller, wet, leading up from the riverbank and stopping right behind me. For a moment, I didn't move. 2 sets, close together, pressed deep enough that the water still pooled inside them. I reached out with my flashlight, crouching low to inspect. The tread matched the missing couple's boots exactly, but there was no sign of entry. No drag marks from the waterline, no scattered droplets, no disturbance in the soil where they would have stepped out. Just prints, as if they'd appeared between breaths. If you can hear me, call out. My voice echoed once, twice, and then the forest swallowed it whole. A squirrel can sound like footsteps, a falling branch like someone whispering. I told myself that's what was happening as I followed the new tracks inland, uphill from the river. The prints led between 2 leaning cedars and curved along a slope covered in ferns. I followed for maybe 50 yards before realizing they were leading me in a rough circle. When I came out of the mist, I was back at the same spot on the riverbank where I started. Only now, there were more of them. I counted at least 6 distinct sets, different directions, different depths, some overlapping, all small, about the same size as the first 2. It looked like a group had milled around in the mud, wandering close to the water, then away, then back again. But the strangest thing was their pattern. None of them trailed off naturally. Each set began or ended mid-stride, as if the person had been lifted out of the world halfway through a step. A faint pressure built in my ears, like descending in an airplane. My head ached. I tried to call dispatch again, but the radio gave nothing, just a soft hum, too even to be static. So I marked the area with flagging tape, took GPS coordinates, and decided to loop upstream to check the next access point. If they had somehow crossed farther north, the footprints might show again on the opposite bank. The path rose into a narrow ridge. My boots slipped on moss-slick stone. The fog was thick as wool, visibility maybe 20 feet. And then, footsteps. Behind me. Not heavy. Careful. Slow. I turned, shining my light through the haze. It bounced off trunks and mist but showed nothing human. The sound stopped immediately. My pulse thudded so loud I could hear it over the water. I backed up a few steps, beam sweeping across tree roots, brush, and shadow. Then something moved, a flash of gray between branches. I took a tentative step forward. The shape resolved for a second through the fog, tall, slender, standing perfectly still about 30 feet away. It might have been a person, but the posture was off too straight, head tilted too far forward, like someone listening from an impossible angle. "Derek?" I asked, softer. But the moss around its base was crushed, damp with fresh footprints. Two again, side by side, facing the river. I knew then that I wasn't chasing hikers anymore. I didn't know what I was chasing, or what was chasing me. Only that I wasn't alone. This time, a voice came through. Faint, broken. "Hammond, see, stay where, signal's bad." It was rhythmic, soft, shallow pulses in the background, almost like breathing. I turned the volume down, but the sound didn't fade. It was coming from somewhere near the river. I followed it downhill, slow and steady, keeping the light ahead of me. The terrain narrowed into a shallow ravine leading back to the water's edge. That's where I saw the prints again. Dozens this time, both entering and leaving the water in impossible symmetry. Some looked fresh, others half erased by current. I knelt by the closest one, touched the edge. It's just beyond where the footprints ended. I froze. The movement wasn't fish too slow, too deliberate. I trained my flashlight on it, and a shape began to rise, pale and blurred. Then the shape split in two. Two figures surfaced, standing waist deep in the water. They weren't swimming or struggling. They were standing there, side by side, facing me, the same red flannel and gray jacket. The Rhodes couple. I shouted, though my throat felt like sandpaper. "Yeah, I'm coming to help you, just don't move." Only they weren't creating ripples. The water didn't move around them at all. I took a step back. My heel hit something, another footprint, dry this time, behind me. The two in the river stopped. The man raised a hand and pointed. Not at me, but at the ground beside my boot. I looked down. There, next to my print, was a new one. A third set. Barefoot. Why? Then another appeared beside it, right in front of my eyes, forming itself grain by grain until the toes showed clear. It was as though the woods had been holding their breath. I pulled back from the water's edge and started for the ridge. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely clip the radio back to my vest. I didn't look behind me until I reached the top. When I did, I saw the prints again. Hundreds of them now, covering the bank, the slope, even halfway up the ridge where I just climbed. All small, all heading inland, toward the trees. I pushed uphill until my legs burned. The fog had thinned into wisps by then, breaking just enough to let in gray daylight. The woods stretched out on all sides, identical trunks, identical shadows. Nothing looked right anymore. I checked my compass again, but the needle swung in lazy half circles. I tapped the glass, frowned, and put it back in my pocket. I knew these woods by feel. I'd patrolled this same route for years. The problem wasn't me. The forest itself felt off, somehow shifted. I tried to ground myself, small steps, steady rhythm, count the breaths. I found an old maintenance marker nailed to a tree-faded orange paint, tag number 312. I remembered setting it there 5 years ago, during a trail survey. That meant the north access road was less than half a mile away. If I could reach it, I'd have line of sight to radio dispatch. As I moved, I noticed the silence creeping back in. The wind had stopped. No birds, no river, just my boots on wet leaves. Then, faintly, I heard footsteps again, matching my own, half a second behind. The echo stopped too. I started again, slow, deliberate. Step, step, step. A shape rose, slow and steady. My first thought was that it was another ranger, but the proportions were wrong. Too long in the limbs, too narrow in the shoulders. It stood there, motionless, its head tilted again, that same unnatural angle. "Stay back," I said, hand on my sidearm. "Identify yourself." It didn't move. It did the same. The beam of my flashlight flickered across its face, or what should have been a face. But there were no features. Just the suggestion of one, as if light was trying and failing to find edges. Then the thing tilted its head again, almost curious. I felt the same pressure in my ears as before, building, pushing. My knees went weak. The fog was moving strangely now, streaming upward instead of across. I turned in a slow circle, scanning every gap between the trees. Nothing followed. But the footprints had returned. Small, bare, hundreds of them, forming a ring around me. Forcing myself to think like a ranger, not prey. The prints didn't just appear randomly, they were directional, all facing inward. Yeah. The forest blurred. Brown, green, gray, and somewhere behind me, the footsteps came again, multiplied, like a crowd running in sync. The sound wasn't quite right. Too fast, too even, like hundreds of feet striking at once. I sprinted the last stretch, burst from the tree line, and stumbled to my knees on the dirt road. Silence again. The world was suddenly normal. The air warmer, the sounds of wind and distant crows drifting back in. Forest stood still, quiet, as if nothing had ever been wrong. I reached for the radio. "Dispatch, this is Hammond. I need confirmation of coordinates. I've exited North Sector near Maintenance Road 6B. "Do you copy?" Static crackled, then a familiar voice. "Hammond, we read you. Drone's showing you at the road junction. What's your status?" Relief hit me so hard I nearly laughed. "I'm fine," I lied. "No visual on subjects, but..." "Hold on." The voice cut me off. "You said no visual? That can't be right. We've got you on feed right now, and there's movement behind you." "I don't see anything." "Wait," the voice said more urgently. "It's closer now. Lila, it's right behind." The transmission cut to white noise. Something cold brushed the back of my neck. I took a step back, another, until I tripped over a culvert marker. The prints stopped 10 feet away. The last one was half-formed, mid-step. I tried the radio again, but all I got was that soft pulsing. Louder now. Almost like a heartbeat, but offbeat, too slow, too deep. I shut it off. The sound didn't stop. I realized, with a kind of cold clarity, that it wasn't coming from the radio. It was coming from the ground. like something massive was moving far below. The air thickened, full of that metallic scent again. I crouched, pressed my hand to the dirt. It pulsed under my palm. Steady, rhythmic. The river was half a mile away, but the vibration ran in its direction, like the forest itself had veins leading straight to it. I didn't want to look. Then another and another, until the whole set shimmered like they were filling with liquid. I backed away fast. My boots hit gravel. I didn't stop until I saw the old ranger cabin, our emergency shelter, half collapsed but still standing. I shoved the door open and slammed it behind me. Inside smelled of damp wood and mouse nests. My hands were trembling as I lit the old lantern on the table. It ran straight under where I stood now. Beneath my boots, I felt another faint pulse. I stared at the map until my eyes adjusted, until something caught my attention. A penciled note scrawled in the corner, old enough to be nearly erased. It wasn't part of the standard survey markings. Closer. The handwriting was faded but legible. If the prints cross water, don't follow. My hands were shaking so badly the lantern's flame jittered across the map, making the ink seem to crawl. Whoever wrote that note must have been another ranger years ago, maybe decades. But the handwriting didn't look like field script. It looked rushed, desperate. A line of wet footprints led from the door to the far wall. They weren't mine. They began right at the threshold, crossing the cabin floorboards as though someone had stepped through the door without opening it. "Dispatch, this is Hammond," I whispered, though I wasn't sure why I kept whispering. "I'm inside the north shelter. I need immediate evac." Static. Then a voice, flat, faint. "Copy that, stand by." The tone was wrong, off cadence, like someone imitating speech. "Who is this?" I asked. The voice repeated, "Copy that, stand by." Why? New ones were forming near the wall, walking upward. 1, 2, 3, until they climbed the boards vertically, impossible, leaving small rivulets that trickled down like tears. I felt my body freeze, every instinct screaming, "Don't look away." Then the light flickered. The lantern's flame stretched thin, pulling sideways as though drawn by wind. But there was no wind. The air was heavy, dead. From somewhere beyond the cabin walls came that same faint, rhythmic pulsing, the heartbeat sound, deeper now, almost below hearing. The boards under my boots trembled once, twice, like the ground itself was breathing. I had two choices: stay and wait, or move. I started for the service road again, keeping the compass in my palm even though the needle spun uselessly. I needed open space, any sign of the rescue team, any sound that wasn't this wet silence. Halfway down the trail, I began to hear voices again, faint, just at the edge of range. A man's voice, then a woman's. Calm. Conversational. Calm. "We just crossed, see? I stopped dead." I should have turned back, but I couldn't. Something in their tone felt normal, and normal was enough to pull me forward. I followed the sound through the fog until the trees thinned. The river appeared again, wide and dark, running slow and glassy. Quasi. Should They weren't wet. Their hair hung dry, unmoving, as if the air around them ignored the breeze. I stepped closer. "Derek! Allison, stop right there!" They turned together. Their faces were calm, almost gentle. "What happened to you?" I asked quietly. They looked at each other. Then the man pointed behind me. "You followed the prints." I turned reflexively. The slope behind me was covered in them again. Hundreds of small, wet footprints leading all the way from the cabin to where I stood. My own boots were the only dry marks. No ripples, no splashes, just soft indentations as their feet sank in, the surface closing over like skin. I heard the woman's voice again, clearer now. "You shouldn't have come this far." A column of water twisted upward, thick and heavy, dragging debris in its flow leaves, branches, river stones. It climbed until it stood taller than the tree line, then split open like a mouth. Inside the hollowed shape, I saw impressions, faces pressed against the inner surface. Dozens of them, blurred but human. Their mouths moved, whispering the same soft rhythm I'd been hearing all day. The Rhodes couple stood still, water rising around their waists. Their expressions didn't change. The man turned his head, and for the first time, I saw his eyes clearly. They were empty, washed-out gray, pupils faint like reflections instead of depths. The forest blurred past, trees bending in the wind that shouldn't have existed. I ran until my legs gave out, collapsing on the gravel of the access road again. The world looked normal there, clear sky, faint sun through cloud. I gasped, trying to get my bearings. Then my radio crackled. "Lila, say something." I managed to whisper. "Don't go to Echo Bend." A pause. "Repeat that." I looked down. The ground beside me was wet. Footprints, bare, small, had begun to form again in the gravel. They weren't leading toward the forest this time. They were circling me. I forced the words out. "Alvarez, listen to me. If the prints cross water, don't follow. Do you hear me?" I threw the radio into the ditch. It hit a stone and broke apart. The sound didn't stop. The voice kept coming, soft and hollow, from everywhere at once. "Copy that. Stand by." Across the clearing, at the edge of the trees, two figures stood watching. The same ones. Still. Silent. The woman lifted her hand in a slow wave. The fog swallowed them, and they were gone. And the third set, mine didn't stop at the edge. "My name is Victor Hale. I serve as the lead search coordinator for Glacier National Park in Montana. I've been in the field for nearly 15 years, long enough to know that most disappearances aren't mysterious. People get lost, weather shifts, panic takes over. But Ridge 9 never fit those patterns. What unites their cases is one impossible detail. Every GPS tracker cut out at precisely 2041 p.m. Coordinates placed her roughly half a mile north of Ridge 9's summit before the signal died at 2041 yesterday afternoon. I'd studied every disappearance tied to that ridge. I knew the names, the models of gear they carried, the last texts they sent. Most ended with nothing. I briefed them in the cramped wooden outpost that served as our operations hub. "We're treating this as a live rescue," I told them. Reeves was experienced, well-equipped, and on a marked trail. Her beacon stopped at 2041. That's the same timestamp as the previous 7 incidents. No one spoke after that. They all knew the history. I caught one of the volunteers, a kid named Derek, shifting uneasily. That's just coincidence, right? Maybe the satellites drop out same time each year or something? Different days, different months, I said. Different equipment brands, none of the data lines up except that moment. We set off from the trailhead at 10,002. The temperature hovered near 40 degrees, the wind steady from the north. The forest on the lower slope was dense with spruce and larch, the ground thick with needles damp from the night's rain. The further we climbed, the quieter it grew. Glacier's backcountry usually hummed with distant water or bird calls, but by the first switchback, the silence was total. At 12,015, we reached the midpoint clearing where the ridge split into 2 faint paths. One to the west, face overlook, one toward the northern saddle where Reeves' signal last transmitted. I paused to check our own GPS trackers. Clouds thickened, low enough that I could taste moisture with every breath. The air smelled metallic, like rain trapped in stone. At 1030, the trail narrowed to a ledge carved by runoff. We moved single file. I tried switching frequencies, but each one spat the same rhythmic interference. 3 seconds of static, 2 seconds of silence, repeating. I looked down at my handheld GPS. The numbers flickered, froze, then displayed a single timestamp, 14,000, 41,000. I blinked. The second field didn't move. It stayed there, frozen, while the rest of the display went blank. Everyone check your units, I said. Tell me what time you've got. Derek swore softly. It's stuck. Same here, another ranger said over the radio. 5 devices, all different brands, all synced to the same dead second. For a long moment, none of us moved. Seemed to hum faintly. Maybe the wind under the rock, maybe something else. I felt the vibration through my boots, subtle but steady. Stay within sight. We advanced another 20 yards before the path widened slightly, and that's where I saw it, a flash of bright color against the dull rock. A strip of orange nylon tangled on a pine branch, fluttering weakly in the wind. Reeves's backpack strap. There were no signs of a fall, no blood, no drag marks. Just her gear, left as if placed deliberately. I examined the map first. Reeves had marked her route in red pencil, ending near the ridge's northern lip. A small circle drawn there, labeled simply Echo Point. I radioed the team. We found her pack, coordinates logged. No body, no distress signs. Marking location. Derek crouched beside me, glancing down into the chute. Even a fall wouldn't carry her far. He frowned. So she dropped it on purpose? Or someone else did? We swept the area for the next hour. No print, no torn brush, no signs of struggle. The fog never lifted, and by 3,000, light was already dimming into that flat silver gloom that comes before rain. I called for a slow return to base, intending to regroup before nightfall. As we retraced our steps, something nagged at me. My GPS screen had gone blank earlier, but now it displayed time again. 3007, ticking normally, yet the saved waypoint, the one logged automatically whenever signal returns, wasn't where we stood. It showed a different coordinate, roughly 50 meters ahead, beyond the next bend. I decided to check it before heading down. You shouldn't go alone, sir. I'll be 5 minutes. I walked into the mist alone. The trail ahead narrowed again, lined with rocks slick from condensation. My boots made dull thuds, muted by the fog. As I approached the waypoint's location, the hum I'd felt earlier returned, stronger now, resonating up through the ground like distant machinery. The fog ahead shifted, thinning in a slow spiral. Through it, I saw movement, a human shape, half turned away, wearing what looked like a red jacket. "Olivia?" I called. The figure didn't move. I stepped closer, heart pounding, the hum rising until it seemed to come from inside my chest. When I reached the clearing, the figure turned. There was no one there. Just the jacket, hanging neatly on a low branch. A woman's voice, faint and flat, said, 241. And the ridge fell silent again. The forest didn't sound like a forest anymore. After that voice came through flat, without breath or emotion. Everything around me felt emptied out. Olivia Reeves, this is Ranger Victor Hale. If you can hear me, stay where you are. It wasn't Reeves's trail map. It was smaller, a torn corner. On it, someone had drawn a single curved line, tapering into a spiral. No labels, no text, just that looping symbol. Something about the ink looked fresh, not weathered by fog or time. When I looked up, the fog had moved again. It didn't blow past. They vanished when I blinked. The radio hissed back to life. Hale? Derek's voice, jittery with static. Where the hell are you? We've got movement on the trail. I pressed transmit. Repeat that. What kind of movement? Can't tell, he said. Looks like someone's coming down the ridge. Maybe you? But the signal's weird. We're getting double pings, 2 beacons moving together. Whoa. We're getting double pings. Coordinates say it's you and Hell, man. It's another unit number. Reeves's beacon just came online again. Both signals heading straight toward base. My first thought was relief. I turned in a slow circle, scanning through the fog. The ridge looked the same in every direction, gray upon gray, but something shifted at the edge of my sight. A faint glimmer, far below, like reflected light moving between trees. Then I heard it. Footsteps. Not echoing mine, but parallel light, deliberate, keeping pace. Every time I stopped, they stopped too. I crouched low, pulling my flashlight from my belt, though it did little good against the mist. I angled it downslope and caught a brief glint of movement. A flash of pale skin, maybe an arm, maybe just fog distortion. Olivia, I called again, louder this time. It's Victor Hale. I can help you. Louder. The same woman's voice. No tone, no urgency repeated. 241. The signal died again. I backed away slowly, retracing my steps up the slope, but every landmark seemed shifted. The trail didn't match my memory. Turns were sharper, rocks misplaced. It was as if the ridge had rearranged itself while I'd been looking down. That was the moment I started marking every 10 steps with surveyor's tape, bright orange, tied low to brush or stone. I'd used the method dozens of times before in whiteout conditions. But 5 minutes later, when I turned back to check the last marker, eventually, I stumbled upon the main ridge path again, the rough gravel line we'd hiked in on. I recognized the split in the trail, the faint footprints of my own team. Relief flooded through me, followed by something stranger. All the GPS devices clipped to my vest buzzed and lit up simultaneously. By the time I made it back to base, dusk had settled hard. The fog thinned lower down the mountain, revealing outlines of pine and granite slick with rain. Derek met me near the vehicles, his face pale. "Sir," he said, voice low, "we tracked 2 signals coming down the ridge." Sure enough, 2 distinct beacons, one labeled HAEEEEEE, one labeled RE Eves, had moved side by side until they overlapped at a single coordinate. After that, only one remained, continuing down the switchbacks to base. "Where was the merge point?" I asked. "Just past marker 6B. That's near the old overlook." He nodded. "I checked it already. No footprints. No gear. Just this." The casing was split open, the internal battery cleanly cut in half, like sliced with precision. No fall damage, no scorch marks, just severed. The others pretended to focus on gear maintenance, but I could feel their nerves fraying. I sat by the window, staring up toward where Ridge 9 would be if the fog weren't hiding it. Every few minutes, lightning flickered behind the clouds, just enough to outline the ridge's black spine. "You see that?" "I do. They're pacing each other." He was right. The lights moved in pairs, 2 by 2, rising up the ridge in a slow, deliberate pattern. When the next lightning flash hit, one pair froze mid-slope, turned toward our base, and vanished. At exactly 2041 a.m., every light we'd left on inside the outpost flickered and went dark. The radios hissed. My GPS unit, disconnected, battery removed, lit up on its own. Across its cracked screen, in green letters, were the words, "Echo Point reached." When the outpost lights went out, nobody spoke for several seconds. Then the emergency lantern flickered on from the corner table, pale and weak, casting long shadows across the walls. "We're on the grid from the service line. Shouldn't trip unless the whole circuit's blown." I grabbed my flashlight and moved toward the utility panel near the door. The breaker hadn't tripped. Everything was where it should be. I flipped the main switch off and on again. Nothing. It said my name again, clearer this time, as if the speaker were just outside the door. I stepped closer, thumb hovering above the transmit button. "Who is this?" Static hissed back, then... Derek's face had gone white. "That sounded like her," he muttered. "Olivia Reeves." Muttered, pointing when we logged her case yesterday. "That's her." The clock below it read 2041 a.m., frozen. Outside, the wind began to build, a slow, uneven moan that rose and fell like breathing through a tunnel. It didn't sound like weather. "We're not going up there again tonight," I said finally. "We hold position until daylight." For the next hour, the only sound was wind and the occasional thump of something brushing against the outer wall. Could have been a branch. Could have been anything. Around 30:30, I stepped outside. I told them I needed air, but the truth was, I wanted to see the ridge. And then, as I watched, a faint glow appeared halfway up. 2 lights moving slowly along the ridge crest. One white, one red. They weren't flashlights. They pulsed in perfect rhythm, like alternating beacons. There were fresh tracks in the dirt just beyond the porch, 2 sets of boot prints leading toward the trail. The first belonged to my boots. The second was smaller, lighter, and stopped 5 feet behind mine, facing the outpost door. I went back inside, heart pounding but steady. "They're back," I said. "2 lights on the ridge." Derek stood. "Then we move at dawn?" I nodded. "We'll check the merge point first." We left at sunrise, and the fog had thinned, though a low layer clung to the ridge like smoke. We carried standard surge packs, thermal scanners, and extra radio batteries. I double-checked my GPS. Time read 6:17 a.m., ticking normally again. For the first hour, everything felt hour 17 a.m. For the first hour, everything felt almost routine. The air was sharp and cold, the light gold between the trees. But as we neared marker 6B, the temperature dropped abruptly, at least 10 degrees in less than a minute. My breath started to fog, even though the sun was climbing. We reached the overlook just before 8:00. From there, the valley stretched out below, a wash of morning mist and scattered spruce. Derek unpacked the tablet to check the beacon logs, while I moved closer to the ledge. That's when I saw it. Carved into the stone, faint but deliberate, was the same spiral symbol I'd found on the scrap of paper. Except now, it wasn't ink. It was gouged deep into the rock, about 2 feet across. The cuts were clean, recent. "Sir," Derek called, "you're not going to like this." I turned. Showed me the tablet. The live tracker feed displayed our units moving toward the ridge as expected. But below that, a second set of icons was following, each labeled Hale 2 and Reeves 2. Duplicate signals, perfectly mirroring our every step, 50 meters behind. "What the hell?" He started, but I cut him off, shut the tablet. "Power it down." He hesitated. "You think it's interference?" The carved spiral at my feet seemed to tremble faintly, scattering loose dust. I knelt down and touched the center of the mark. It was warm. The hum grew stronger. Then the radios burst alive, overlapping voices, fragments of our own transmissions from the previous day, repeating in chaotic loops. My voice sang. Echo point reached. The hum peaked into a deep physical vibration. Derek staggered backward, clutching his chest. But the fogged-down trail was moving strangely, folding over itself in narrow ribbons. Through it, 2 silhouettes appeared, both human in shape, both walking in sync. One wore a ranger jacket like mine. The other's outline matched Olivia Reeves's photo perfectly, slender frame, hood up, arm raised slightly as if holding an invisible trekking pole. They climbed closer, but their movements didn't quite match the terrain. Each step looked half a second too slow. Derek lifted his flashlight. "Victor," he whispered. The beams touched the figures, and they stopped. Not froze, not startled, just stopped existing. Where they'd been, the fog collapsed inward, leaving a faint shimmer in the air that looked like heat over asphalt. Faded with it. We didn't move for a long time. When we finally turned back, the carved spiral was gone. The stone was bare, untouched. "I don't care what's left up here," I agreed. For the first time in 15 years, I didn't log our route back. I didn't collect samples, didn't photograph the site. I just followed the sound of my own boots until we reached the tree line again. By the time we reached base, the sun was high, and everything looked normal. Too normal. Birds had returned to the branches. The air smelled of pine sap and thawed soil. Nothing about it matched the place we'd just left, and that wrongness settled in my gut like lead. At base, the others were waiting. 2 rangers and a volunteer who'd stayed behind the night before. They looked relieved when they saw us, until they noticed our faces. "What happened up there?" one asked. "Nothing," I said. The word came out hollow. I didn't mention the voices or the shapes in the fog. I told them we'd confirm coordinates, file the report, and close the search until further notice. It was the only way to keep the others from going back up. The station's windows faced north. From that angle, Ridge 9 was barely visible, just a faint shadow line along the horizon. But as the light shifted, something caught my eye. A tiny flash, like a mirror signaling across distance. It came from the same slope where we'd seen the double beacons last night. I stepped closer to the window. Another flash. The timestamp on the corner of my computer screen read 2041 p.m. That was the moment I shut down the computer, packed my bag, and signed out early. I didn't want to be near that ridge when the hour turned again. Driving down the park road, the radio in my truck began to flicker through stations. White noise, bursts of voices, old emergency signals. By the time I reached the park's southern gate, my phone vibrated in the console. No signal, but the GPS app had opened on its own. Not close enough to see faces, but close enough that I knew they weren't shadows. I drove until I hit Columbia Falls and checked into a small roadside lodge, the kind used by off-duty trail workers and surveyors. Cheap, anonymous. I locked the door, left the lights off, and tried to sleep. At 2041 a.m., the GPS unit I'd tossed on the dresser powered on by itself. That was 2 nights ago. I haven't gone back to the park since. Officially, Ridge 9 is closed indefinitely for hazard mitigation. This morning, I received a small padded envelope with no return address. Inside was a single SD card and a folded page torn from a field notebook. My field notebook. My name was printed at the top in my own handwriting, though I'd never written the words beneath it, Echo Point. Reached again. Then the image stabilized, revealing the upper ridge shot from a body camera. The fog was thin, and through it, I could see myself, standing near the carved spiral. Speaking into a radio. My mouth moved, but no sound came through. Then another figure stepped into the frame. Both figures, me and her, turned at the same time, looking straight into the lens. Then the camera fell, landing sideways in the dirt. The hum returned, deeper now, like a pulse from the earth itself. And the last frame before the video cut out showed the spiral glowing faintly on the rock, its lines expanding outward as if it were breathing. But every time, I noticed some new detail I can't explain. The exact folds of my jacket sleeve, the Ranger insignia on my shoulder, the faint scratch on my wrist from yesterday's climb. None of that should exist in footage supposedly recorded in the future. So now I'm sitting in this room, the GPS unit still glowing on the dresser, the same green word looping across its cracked display. RE turn. Every few minutes, the coordinates on the screen shift closer to my current location. As I write this, if the pattern holds, I have less than 30 minutes before the clock hits that impossible second. Maybe it's a trick of the mountain, some magnetic interference that bends more than signal, bends reason. Or maybe Ridge 9 isn't a place at all, but a boundary, something that copies what crosses it. I don't know which version of me made that recording. I don't know which one of us is supposed to go back, but the coordinates keep updating. The last line in my field notebook reads, "Echo Point doesn't end. It repeats." My name is Aaron Lowe. I'm a seasonal ranger assigned to the San Isabel district in central Colorado. I've worked 6 summers here, long enough to know every drainage, ridge, and cut bank along the western slopes of the Collegiate Peaks. The lost hiker was a solo backpacker named Evan Morris, age 32, last seen 2 days earlier when he signed out a wilderness permit at the Buena Vista station. He'd planned a 2-night loop along the Hollow Trail system, a rough backcountry circuit that climbs through lodgepole pines to alpine meadows, then descends into a narrow canyon cut by a seasonal creek. Solo loop, 3 days, camping near Hollow Creek, written in neat print. Nothing that would have raised a flag. When he didn't check out, his sister called the station. That's how it usually begins, someone realizing too late that they haven't heard from their brother, son, or boyfriend who promised to text from town. I started hiking in just after dawn. The hollow is quiet that early. Even the wind seems to move slow, rolling through the treetops in long breaths. My pack carried the standard kit radio, map, med pouch, GPS unit, spare batteries. I took my time on the first few miles, calling his name every few switchbacks, pausing to listen. Nothing but echo. Around 8,030, I reached the lower clearing, a small flat with a rock fire ring beside the creek. That's where I smelled smoke. It was faint at first, almost lost under the resin of the pines, but enough to make me quicken my pace. When I broke through the brush, I saw a thin column rising straight up through the still air. Someone's fire was burning, fresh. Yellow coals, not old embers. The campsite looked recent but tidy. One-person tent, still staked. Food bag hung properly from a limb. On a log near the fire sat a pair of boots. Brown leather, laces tucked neatly inside, soles dusty but dry. I called out again, louder this time. Evan Morris, Ranger Service. Whoever built it had tended it recently, within an hour, maybe less. That didn't make sense. His sister said his trip should have ended yesterday afternoon. If he'd overslept, he should have been here, or close by. I radioed base. This is Low, Sector 3. I've located an active campsite, likely subjects. Fire still burning. No individual on scene. While I did, I checked around the site. No struggle, no blood, no prints that looked rushed. Just faint boot tracks leading a few yards toward the creek, then fading in the gravel. The air was still cold from the night, and a light mist hung over the water. I followed the prints downstream for about 30 yards until they disappeared where the creek widened. It was like he'd stopped, turned, and walked out into the current, though there were no drag marks or signs of slipping. The radio crackled again. Copy your mark. Continue perimeter search. Team 2 en route from North Ridge. That meant help in about an hour. That's not something a lost hiker leaves behind. The phone was dead, screen black. I packed it into a bag for evidence. The sleeping bag was still warm when I touched it. That detail bothered me more than the fire. Heat lingers, sure, but not that long. I checked his watch, digital, left beside a headlamp. The hollow narrows as you move south, the ground folding into gullies that hide sound and sight. I swept 50 meters at a time, calling, pausing, scanning brush for movement. The forest here plays tricks with distance. Voices bounce, birds vanish mid-call. Twice I thought I saw color through the trees, a flash of red like a jacket sleeve, but when I moved closer, it was only the inner bark of a dead pine split by lightning. From there, the trail rises hard for half a mile before leveling near an overlook. The dirt was disturbed there. Prints again, the same tread as his boots, one set leading up, then turning back down, overlapping itself. That's the kind of thing you see when someone's lost and circling. The dispatcher logged it, said a second team was about 10 minutes out. I waited near the fallen tree, sipping from my canteen. The air was warming, the insects coming alive. The smell of the fire still clung faintly to my clothes. When the other 2 rangers arrived, a pair from Salida, we rechecked the camp together. One. Maybe poured water to smother it, then left. He looked at me. But then why's it still burning? We worked the area until noon, expanding the grid, setting markers every 50 yards. Nothing. Like he moved through here in circles, she said quietly, then vanished. We searched until light began to shift golden through the trees. The fire ring was cold now, boots still on the log. Someone from evidence tagged them and packed them out. I watched as they did, feeling the small unease that comes when procedure runs out of meaning. The day I found his fire still burning, his boots waiting beside it. The day everything looked normal, but wasn't. We called off the grid search at dusk. The sun dropped behind the ridge in a clean orange line, leaving the hollow steeped in that blue haze that always arrives faster in canyons. I stayed behind with Tom and Kendra to secure the campsite overnight. Protocol says we leave a ranger presence when a subject's personal gear remains unclaimed. It helps with evidence, but mostly it keeps scavengers, both animal and human, from disturbing the scene. By the time the rest of the team hiked out, the wind had gone still again. We set up a small base just 20 yards from where Morris's tent stood. "We've covered 3 square miles," she said, tracing her finger over the contour rings. "If he went uphill, he'd have hit the switchbacks or the saddle by now. Downhill puts him in the drainage basin, messy footing but open." "Then where'd he go in the half hour between you finding the fire and us arriving?" None of us had an answer. The woods swallowed questions like that. By full dark, the forest felt close enough to touch. Pine trunks turned black against a sky thick with stars. You could hear the creek, but not see it, only the slow wash of sound over stones. I sat near the dying fire, noting every hour in my logbook, temperature drop, wind speed, visibility. Around 10 p.m., I heard a branch crack somewhere upslope. My flashlight beam caught only the angled shadows of brush, probably a mule deer, maybe an elk. I didn't check. What stuck with me wasn't the sound itself, but the stillness that followed. Even the crickets went quiet. After a minute, the normal rhythm returned, soft and mechanical. I marked it as possible fauna disturbance and turned back to the fire. At midnight, Kendra relieved me. "Aaron, you awake?" I sat up, heart jumping. Her headlamp was on, the beam steady toward the creek. "Something moved down there," she said. "Not sure what. Looked like a light real low." Tom stirred behind us. "A light? From what? Another campsite?" "Too small, more like a reflection." More like a reflection. I joined her at the edge of the slope. The creek lay 30 feet below, winding through brush and stone. Nothing visible now, just water flashing faintly under. "Could have been our own light bounce," I said. "Maybe," she murmured, though her tone said she didn't believe it. We went back to the fire and let the moment die there. Nothing else stirred. I followed the same line of gravel where the prints had ended the day before. The water level looked unchanged. Still, something new caught my eye. "Copy, Aaron. Possible item match. Hold position for forensics. Air teams grounded till 9 due to fog." While I waited, I walked the creek bed downstream, scanning for more debris. That's when I found the second fire ring. 2 fires. Same construction, same spacing of stones, same direction of log placement. I crouched there a long time, just staring. It wasn't eerie in any supernatural sense, just deeply odd. People have habits, even when lost. Building 2 identical fires within 100 yards suggested a pattern. When the fog lifted, the aircrew arrived and took photos. One of them, a veteran pilot named Russ, looked over the scene and muttered, "Man knew what he was doing out here. Not your usual lost tourist." We followed the creek another half-mile before terrain forced us uphill again. By noon, we'd looped back to the ridge above camp. From there, the view stretched wide over the hollow, dense pines, gray granite cuts, no sign of human movement. The plan was to pull to base camp by nightfall if nothing new turned up. I kept scanning below, reluctant to leave. Something about the alignment of those 2 fires stuck in my head. They weren't random. Each sat exactly opposite a bend in the creek, almost mirrored. I took another GPS mark and logged it as possible orientation markers. Evidence protocol left the space bare, just a ring of trampled grass where life had been. Before leaving, I walked to the creek one last time. The light had sharpened into that late summer glare that makes everything look bleached and distant. Back at the trailhead, I signed my report, day 2, no contact. 1 article recovered, probable subjects. No definitive trail. As I loaded gear into the truck, Kendra glanced over. "You ever get the feeling," she said quietly, "that sometimes they just choose to stay lost?" I didn't answer. In this job, you learn not to fill silence with guesses. We learn not to fill silence with guesses. Behind us, Switchback Hollow folded into shadow again. Unchanged, unbothered, patient as always. That was the end of the second day, though we didn't know it then. The next morning would change everything. The third morning started gray and windless. We were back at the hollow before 7, running a tighter sector search centered on the creek where I'd found the torn jacket. Overnight temperatures had dropped below 40, enough to make the mud firm again, so tracks would show if he'd moved since yesterday. None did. The prints from before, those half-melted boot marks, were still the only ones. Command sent a new pair of search dogs with a stronger scent profile. Their handler, a wiry guy named Porter, worked methodically, letting the animals sniff the boots, the tent fabric, and the nylon sleeve. The dogs perked up, trotted a few circles, then both pulled toward the switchbacks. Porter looked surprised. "That's uphill," he said. "Yesterday you said he went downriver." "He did," I said. "At least the prints did." "Then we're seeing old scent drift. Could have carried up with the heat yesterday." "Maybe, but both dogs tracked confidently for half a mile before stopping near the overlook. They whined, pawed the ground, then lay down again. Same behavior as before. It felt like walking in loops around a story that refused to end. We called in the drone team next. Technology supposed to make up for what the terrain hides. The operator launched 2 small quadcopters, scanning the drainage with thermal lenses. The feed came through on a tablet propped against a rock. Watched pixelated trees ripple in blue-gray tones. No heat signatures except ours. Nothing moving, not even a deer. By 9:30, Kendra suggested sweeping the ridgeline west of camp. If he got disoriented and climbed, he might have gone for high ground to get his bearings. Tom agreed. I took point, cutting through a section of forest we hadn't cleared yet, dense spruce, uneven footing. Over here, she was standing near a stand of aspen, her boot resting beside another fire ring, smaller this time. Stones arranged neatly, same spacing as before. Inside it, a burned metal tin instant oatmeal, label melted but legible. I checked the residue. Still smelled faintly sweet. Someone had cooked here recently, maybe a day ago. 3 fires, all in alignment, all on an arc leading up the ridge. Each ring faced downhill toward the creek, as if marking a line of retreat. Tom rubbed the back of his neck. If he's building new fires, that means he's alive. Maybe he's trying to signal. Then why not stay near the trail? I asked. No one had an answer. But one thing stood out, a rectangle of disturbed earth, roughly the size of a sleeping pad. The edges were sharp, the center packed flat. Someone had lain there. Beside it sat a half-empty water bottle and a small notebook wrapped in a plastic bag. That was it. No signature, no second page. I took photos, logged the coordinates, and slipped the notebook into an evidence pouch. The date caught me. July 17, the day before I found the first fire. That meant he was alive and writing then, lost but functioning. The question was, what happened after? We continued upward. Around noon, the ridge opened onto a clearing of granite slabs. You could see the entire hollow from there, the creek gleaming in thin bands below. The wind had picked up, carrying that dry, high-altitude chill. Tom unpacked his binoculars, scanning the opposite slope. Nothing. No packs, no color, no movement. Kendra exhaled. If he built those fires to mark time, he was trying to survive. She trailed off, not finishing the thought. Why, the descent always feels longer, the gravity pulling, the mind second-guessing every landmark. By mid-afternoon, we reached the creek again. That's when I noticed something that stopped me cold. The fire pit at camp. The original one had been disturbed. The ash layer was broken, scattered like someone had sifted through it. Fresh prints, bare footprints this time, led from the edge of the fire ring to the tent site and back again. They weren't. We knelt close. The prints were small, light, probably male, barefoot, no visible damage or blood. The stride was steady, not stumbling. Whoever made them had walked calmly through the site sometime since we'd left at dawn. We swept the perimeter. No one in sight. No sound. But he'd have to pass us on one of 2 routes, and we didn't see him. We called it in immediately. Command dispatched another unit to seal the trailhead, just in case. While waiting, I walked to the creek again. The same spot where I'd found the cloth looked different now. Silt stirred up. Knelt, studying the mud. One faint track on the far bank pressed deep at the heel, pointed downstream. I don't know why, but I followed it for another 50 yards. The creek bent sharply left, then widened into a pool beneath a leaning pine. There, in the shallows, floated a second boot. Same style, same size as the pair we'd found lying neatly by the fire. Fires built and abandoned in sequence, gear left neatly, a single person moving barefoot through a wilderness that should have torn his feet to ribbons. It was human, but not rational. When the backup team arrived, they decided to keep an overnight post again. I volunteered. Couldn't leave it unresolved. Tom stayed too. Kendra was ordered back to base for debrief. As we set up camp that evening, the forest grew restless. The wind dragged through the pines in bursts, shaking loose cones that thudded against our gear. The air smelled faintly metallic, like wet iron. We didn't talk much. Both of us were listening, though we wouldn't say for what. So which do you think this is? I didn't answer, because by then, I wasn't sure we were still looking for a man at all, just the echo of what was left when the wilderness decided to keep someone. At first I thought it was water against stone, but it grew sharper, closer. Footsteps, bare by the weight of them. Tom rose slowly, hand near his flashlight. "That's coming from the switchbacks," he whispered. I nodded. The steps stopped when he spoke, as if whoever or whatever was listening. The silence that followed stretched until the fire popped, snapping the spell. We moved together, scanning the dark slope beyond the tents. Then the sound began again, softer this time, moving away. Protocol says not to pursue at night, especially in complex terrain, but protocol doesn't cover moments like that. Tom wanted to chase it. I told him no. We'd mark direction, hold ground, wait until light. He didn't argue, though I could see his jaw working. At dawn, we found more footprints, bare, same size as before, leading up the lower switchback trail. They followed the bend for about a quarter mile, then cut straight off into brush too thick to navigate comfortably. The kind of move that meant either panic or purpose. We followed carefully, marking each turn with tape. The prints eventually rejoined the creek near a small bend where the current slowed to a glassy pool. The surface was still enough to reflect the sky, a pale gray circle. On the bank lay the second boot's match, also soaked, also upright. Tom crouched, studying it. "You ever seen anyone undress in sequence like this? Fire, boots, then more fires." "No," I said, "and it's too cold for anyone to walk barefoot long." We stood there a while. I gave coordinates, described the new trail. They sent another unit from the north approach, asked us to hold position until air support could scan. Waiting is the hardest part of a search. Tom started walking the perimeter again, restless energy eating at him. I stayed by the creek, documenting prints. That's when I saw it, the small spiral of ash under a pine root, the remains of yet another fire ring. Burned clean through to soil. The pattern confirmed what I'd begun to suspect. Whoever had been here was moving in a line, making short camps, staying just ahead of pursuit. Not running, not hiding, just continuing. I called Tom over. He studied the ashes, then looked at me. "You think he's alive?" None of us ever do. When logic ends and survival takes some personal shape we can't recognize. By 10 a.m., the helicopter arrived. We marked our position with bright tape, stepped back as the rotor wash whipped the creek into ripples. They circled twice, scanning thermal, then landed in a clearing a few hundred yards up. Could be another fire. We loaded in, lifted off. From above, the hollow looked carved from shadow. The creek, a thin silver vein cutting through green. After 10 minutes, we spotted the column, a faint wisp rising through trees, maybe a mile north. Russ set us down in a small meadow. Inside were his ID, a journal, and a half-empty fuel canister. The journal had more entries now, scattered and uneven. July 17. Fire keeps me calm. July 18. Heard voices, thought help, but same voices from before. Need to go back down. Fire tells me where I am. Then blank pages, torn at the end. Tom exhaled. He's moving in circles. "We're trying not to," I said. "We searched the perimeter for the better part of an hour. Nothing. No prints this time. The ashes were fresh, though, less than 2 hours old. Whoever lit that last fire had done it around dawn. We'd missed them by minutes. Command ordered a full suspension by evening. Too many man-hours, too little return. They'd reopen the case pending new evidence." Something about it reminded me of the first fire I'd found. Steady, alive, waiting. Tom called from the ridge, ready to head back. I took one last look around. There was nothing to see. Nothing at all. We hiked out in silence. At the trailhead, the wind shifted again, carrying the faintest smell of wood smoke from somewhere high above. I told myself it was from another search team signal fire miles away. That's what made sense. That's the only version that belongs in a report. A week later, we logged the case as unresolved. The family came to collect his belongings. His sister asked if he might have tried to hike out another way. I said maybe. She asked if I believed he was still out there. I said I didn't know. That was the truth. The mountains hold on to what they want. That's not superstition, it's pattern. That fall, when the season ended, I went back one last time alone. The hollow was quiet under early snow. Found the first campsite easily enough, the same clearing by the creek, now blanketed in frost. The fire ring was gone, buried beneath leaves. The boots had been taken for evidence, the tent long packed away. But there was something new, a single, fresh print near the water's edge, barefoot again, pointing downstream. Could have been anyone, a hunter, another ranger, a trick of melting snow. Still, it matched. Same size, same arch, same distance between toes. I didn't report it, didn't photograph it. Just stood there until the wind erased the edges and the print blurred into nothing. Sometimes, though, they vanish because the wilderness gets in their head, rewires direction and time until walking feels like dreaming. They keep going, one fire after another, until there's nothing left to follow. And maybe, in a way, that's exactly what's happening. My name is Nina Harland, and I serve as a ranger assigned to Denali National Park, Alaska. My focus is the northern boundary, the region we call the North Slope. An expanse of tundra, permafrost, and biting wind that devours landmarks and compasses alike. Most rangers rotate through seasonal postings, but I've been stationed here long enough to understand that this landscape has a will of its own. I've seen whiteouts that erase a human being 5 feet away. That morning began at 06,020, the temperature sitting at negative 27 Fahrenheit. I remember the static on the radio before my partner, Ranger Desmond Lyle, broke through with a half-shouted report. A group of research students had gone missing overnight, 3 of them from the University of Fairbanks conducting atmospheric readings along the glacier corridor near Icefall Ridge. Their last transmission came at 22:05, garbled by wind. Search protocols kicked in immediately. By 07:30, I was already outfitted, frost mask, oxygen reserve, emergency beacon, snowcat ready. The wind outside our outpost pushed sideways sheets of snow hard enough to sting the glass. Visibility's under 50 feet, Desmond warned as we loaded the sled. You sure we're doing this now? A person can survive freezing temps longer than you'd think, but not if they start to wander. The North Slope doesn't forgive wandering. We moved out in convoy formation, 2 snowmobiles with sleds, 1 drone pack trailing behind for thermal scanning. Desmond was half a machine in those conditions. Steady throttle, no panic, eyes flicking between compass and GPS. But GPS was fickle out there. Magnetic interference is common near Denali's northern field, and it didn't surprise me when the coordinates began to drift. What did surprise me was how the drone feed suddenly flatlined, then came back with static patterns. No tent, no sleds, no sign of a campfire, just wind pressing against the snow hard enough to sound like breathing. Desmond shouted through the comms that he'd found something. Faint but consistent, about 50 meters east. I followed. He brushed at it, and a shape emerged, a human figure curled on its side. At first, we thought it was one of the students. The parka was civilian gray and tattered, but too large for a student frame. When we rolled him over, I froze. His skin wasn't frostbitten. It was burnt, angry red, blistered like sun exposure. He's been missing 3 days. There hasn't been sun in weeks. The man's pulse was faint, but there. His eyes fluttered open briefly, clouded and glassy. He tried to speak, but only a hoarse rasp came through, something about the light. We radioed base for medevac support, but static chewed the transmission to pieces. Of interference. Desmond adjusted frequencies, shouting into the mic. I stayed with the man, watching his chest rise and fall shallowly. The snow around his body had melted into a shallow basin. When I peeled back part of his collar, I found something stranger. His neck showed a clear tan line, like he'd been exposed to a direct, intense light source while the rest of him was shielded. 40. We got partial transmission through. Medical team, ETA 1 hour. I stayed to monitor the man. Every few minutes he murmured, whispering words I couldn't make out fully. Under it, he said once. I thought it was my imagination, until Desmond's voice came through the comm. You feel that? Before I could answer, the drone feed blinked alive again. Its camera, half dead from static, showed a wide view of the slope behind us. But when Desmond lifted him, the man began to thrash weakly, mumbling, "No light, no light." Halfway back to the shelter, visibility cleared just enough for me to see the ridgeline. And that's when I saw it, a glare, faint but distinct, somewhere beyond the white horizon. Not the sun. Not the sun. Desmond didn't see it. He was too focused on keeping the sled steady. I didn't mention it. The heater flickered uncertainly. The backup generator refused to start at first. We propped the man against thermal blankets and wrapped him tight. His vitals were erratic. He'd stopped shaking from the cold, which was never a good sign. When I took off his gloves to check circulation, I found his palms blistered raw, as if he'd pressed them against something scorching. Desmond stared and muttered. He was out here 3 days in sub-zero temps. He should be frozen solid. But he wasn't. His skin radiated warmth. We heard the chopper approach around 13,000, one out its faint whump cutting through the gale. Desmond went out to mark the landing spot with a flare. Watching the man, his breathing had evened out, shallow but steady. His breathing had evened out, shallow but steady. His eyes opened wide, fixed on the ceiling, and through cracked lips he whispered, "It's coming back." The heater had cut off, and the only sound left was the faint tick of cooling metal. Desmond burst back through the door a moment later, face white against the frost on his mask. "Chopper turned around," he said, breath hitching. They reported interference, same as our comms. Said there was a visual anomaly on approach. For a moment I thought he was gone, but then I saw his chest rise, barely perceptible. His face was slack, blistered skin stretched thin. I checked his pulse. It was faint but steady, though his skin temperature was still wrong, hot to the touch. I pulled my glove back on and glanced out the narrow window. The snow looked untouched, too clean, as if the storm had erased all trace of us being there. Before the blackout? Yeah. Sounded mechanical, but it came from everywhere, like it was inside my helmet. My head still rang from it. The hum had settled somewhere deep in my bones, the way vibration from heavy machinery lingers even after it's shut off. By 13,040, we tried the comms again. Nothing but static. The shelter's antenna light blinked red, cycling through channels like it couldn't find a home frequency. Nothing improved. At 14 to 5, the man woke up again. It wasn't gradual. He went from still to gasping in a single breath. His eyes darted around, glassy, then fixed on me. "Did it follow?" he asked. I leaned closer. What followed? He swallowed hard, voice cracking like dry paper. "The sun that isn't." His pupils shrank to pinpoints. His pupils shrank to pinpoints. He started trembling, not from cold. "It's under the snow now," he said. "Don't dig, don't look." Desmond crouched beside him, trying to coax more details, but the man's breathing grew ragged. He whispered something about the sky falling underground, and then started to seize. We had no medical gear except an emergency injector, which I used to stabilize him. He went limp again, unconscious. We sat in that dim shelter with the generator light pulsing weakly, both of us watching his body steam faintly under the thermal blankets. The heat around him was real. We measured it. His core temp read 105 degrees Celsius. That shouldn't have been possible. At 14,030, I stepped outside to take another look at the ridge. The air had changed. The snow didn't fall anymore, just hung, suspended, drifting slower than it should have, as if gravity had loosened its grip. When I looked toward the glacier field, I saw movement. "Desmond," I called over the radio. "You seeing this?" He stepped out, pulled his goggles down, and froze beside me. "That's not a mirage," he said. "Look at the angle light's bending." "We're not equipped for this," he said. "Let search and rescue handle the retrieval." But the thing was, we already were search and rescue. When the globe pulsed brighter, I caught something else, a sharp shadow moving across it. Desmond secured it with the external lock, his hands shaking. "We're leaving as soon as the sky clears," he muttered. "Screw the medevac, screw protocol." Inside, the air was almost unbreathable, stale, heavy, metallic. The heater was still dead, yet the walls sweated condensation. He opened his mouth like he was trying to speak, but only a hiss came out, like steam escaping a valve. Then he lifted a hand, pointing toward the door. His skin shimmered faintly, as though reflecting unseen light. Desmond backed away. That's when every electronic in the room died at once. Generator, radios, thermal scanner, all dead. The hum replaced them. It filled the air so completely it felt like standing inside a speaker. The man began to convulse again, his back arching, eyes rolling white. Through the flickering window, I saw the light on the horizon surge upward, no longer a glow, but a beam. It shot through the whiteout, scattering snow like ash. And for a second, I could see everything clearly. The slope, the ridge, the hollow where we'd found him. Something dark moved down there. Not human. Not any shape I could name. Desmond grabbed my arm. "We're leaving now." He tore free from the straps, stumbling toward the ridge. "It wants me back," he shouted, voice raw. Desmond lunged after him but slipped, landing hard. I ran forward, reaching the man just as he collapsed near the edge. He was sobbing now, eyes wild. "You don't understand," he said. "It's not fire." Beneath the crust, faintly, I saw it too. An orange shimmer, impossibly deep, rippling like a sunrise trapped underground. Desmond yelled my name. When I looked back, the sled was vibrating. Our gear, every metal piece was trembling, humming in tune with that sound. Then the snow under the man gave way. For a heartbeat, I saw it, an expanse of brightness under the earth, searing orange-white, moving as if alive. Desmond grabbed my jacket and hauled me backward. The man slipped through the opening, swallowed by the light. The snow folded closed again, seamless, untouched. The hum faded. We stood there in silence, our breath fogging in air that suddenly felt normal again. Desmond stared at the spot where the man had vanished. "We didn't see that," he said quietly, "but we had. We stood there a long time after the light vanished. The snow had already filled the shallow prints where the man went under, smoothing them as if the mountain wanted to keep it secret." I took a slow breath and forced my hands to stop shaking. "We're logging this," I said. He turned on me, voice hard. "You're out of your mind if you think we're writing that up. You want them to pull your badge? You think anyone's going to believe we watched a man burn alive under the snow?" "So did you." Desmond didn't answer. He just stared out toward the ridge, where the snowfield had already gone flat and perfect again. Then, quietly, he muttered, "Let's get off this slope before it decides to take us too." We packed what we could. Most of our equipment was deadweight radio, fried, GPS still spinning, batteries drained like they'd been left running for days. The sled groaned under the strain of the frozen straps. We didn't talk much. I think we both knew that silence was safer than saying anything that might make sense of it. Around 1600, we began the slow ride back toward the outpost. The visibility had improved slightly, but the light stayed wrong. Too bright, too colorless. Denali sunsets are usually soft blue fading to rose. This was just white, like the day had frozen halfway between noon and night. I told myself it could have been anything. Refraction through ice, a freak geothermal vent, something explainable. I told myself that until I believed it enough to move. Halfway down the slope, the drone pack still strapped to Desmond's sled clicked back online. A mechanical voice came through our headsets. "Thermal anomaly detected." Desmond cursed and yanked the wire out of his receiver, but I didn't. I wanted to know. "Location?" They weren't far, maybe 100 meters behind us. I turned the sled just enough to glance back. The snow was moving. Slowly, in a circular pattern, like something beneath was exhaling. "Desmond," I said. He looked over his shoulder, the color drained from his face. "Go." It was like the hum we'd heard earlier, but layered now, pulsing in intervals, almost like footsteps. We didn't stop until the tree line appeared, dark pines rising like walls on either side. The hum began to fade, and with it, the light. When we finally reached the outpost, both of us were pale and frost-streaked, but unhurt. The generator light was on, and the radio, miraculously, had power. Desmond collapsed into a chair, pulled his mask off, and just sat there, staring at nothing. Subject recovered, male, approximately 40 to 50, condition unstable, transported for medical evac, deceased en route. Desmond looked up. You're writing that down? Something has to go in the report. Not that. We can't just erase him. He rubbed his eyes. We can't tell the truth either. I stopped typing. He was right. We'd be laughed out of the service, maybe worse. But I couldn't let it go. Why? But man's burns, the heat, the light, it didn't fit any field explanation I'd ever heard. At 18:00, the storm lifted entirely. The medevac team finally arrived. 2 pilots and a medic named Harrow. We led them inside, explained we'd found the man, but he hadn't made it. Desmond stuck to that version. I stayed quiet. Harrow listened, nodding slowly. Then he said something that made both of us stop cold. You said his skin looks sunburned? Yeah, Desmond said. Like second-degree burns. Why? Harrow exhaled. You're not the first. 2 nights ago, Base Station West reported a solo hiker found near the ridge. Same condition. No frostbite, just sun exposure. Out there in the dark, my stomach dropped. What happened to him? Died before they got him on the chopper. The room went still. But it doesn't add up geographically, too localized. When they flew out, I stepped outside to watch the chopper fade into the gray distance. The snow underfoot hissed faintly where the heat from the rotors had touched it. The sky had gone colorless again, flat and pale. Desmond joined me after a while. We cleaned the gear, replaced the radio fuses, and filed the official report. Nothing about the light, nothing about the hum. We listed the man's cause of death as exposure. By 20 out, the outpost was quiet again. The storm didn't return, though the temperature dropped fast. Desmond went to bed early. Around 22,030, I noticed something odd. The reflection in the glass wasn't matching my movements. When I leaned forward, it didn't. When I turned my head, it delayed by a second, then caught up. The air inside the outpost felt suddenly warm, like someone had turned the heater up. I reached for the light switch, and that's when I saw it, faint orange bleeding through the snow outside, like a sunrise just beneath the ground. I didn't move. The hum began again, distant, pulsing slow and deep, like a heartbeat buried miles under ice. And from the direction of the ridge, through that pale gray horizon, came a single flash of light. The flash faded almost instantly, but its afterimage stayed in my vision. An orange circle that pulsed behind my eyelids even after I looked away. It didn't. For a long time, I just listened. The night outside had gone completely still again, that unnatural kind of quiet where the air feels vacuumed out. The heater clicked once and died. My breath fogged in the air, slow and even. I told myself to move, to wake Desmond, to do something. It absorbed it, glowing from beneath, breathing in faint pulses. Behind me, Desmond stirred. "You're still up?" he mumbled. "Look outside," I said quietly. He joined me at the glass. For a while, we didn't speak. Then he whispered, "It's back." Some kind of venting from below. Geothermal, maybe. "Then why does it move like that?" I asked. He didn't answer. The hum deepened again, a resonance that vibrated in our ribs. Somewhere outside, metal creaked, the sled maybe, or the storage shed. But it had the cadence of footsteps, slow and deliberate. I stepped back from the window. "We need to go." "We need to where?" Whiteout's back. No chopper until morning, and the ridge is glowing like a furnace. We go away from it. He hesitated, then nodded. We dressed fast, barely speaking. When I opened the door, the heat hit me. Real heat, rolling across the surface of the snow like a wave of air from an open oven. We powered up the sleds, though every gauge flickered like it was fighting to stay alive. The wind carried that faint ozone smell again. The snowmobile's headlamps caught nothing but whirling frost. No horizon, no stars, just white and that rising orange pulse beneath it. We drove. South, I think. The world went quiet again. The only illumination came from the faint orange reflection crawling along the undersides of the clouds. We dragged the emergency tent out, hands stiff. The heat had begun to fade, replaced by the deep cold of Denali's night. My thermometer read 29 degrees F. "You think it'll stop?" he asked softly. I didn't answer right away. It stopped before. Yeah. And then it came back. The lantern flickered, dimmed, then steadied. My eyes kept drifting to the tent walls, expecting to see that glow bleeding through. Desmond finally lay back, muttering, "I'll take first watch." Sometime past midnight, the hum returned, fainter this time, distant but clear enough to feel through the ground. The lantern dimmed again, almost syncing with the rhythm of the sound. Then, beneath it all, I heard something new. I unzipped the tent halfway before I realized what I was doing. The air that came in wasn't cold. It was warm, carrying that electric tang. The snow outside shimmered faintly, light moving through it like liquid fire under glass. Nina. Nina. Watching me. "Bot," he said quietly. I hesitated, one hand on the flap. The voice came again, closer. "You left me in the dark." The hum rose again, shaking frost loose from the tent poles. The ground gave a slow, almost imperceptible shudder. And then, silence. When I looked back outside, the light had vanished. The snow was perfectly still. We waited until dawn. The sky broke pale gray, and for the first time in hours, color returned to the world. The storm had cleared. The snowmobile engines restarted easily, like nothing had ever been wrong. The air was sharp and clean, the way it's supposed to be after a long freeze. For a moment, I almost convinced myself it had all been the cold playing tricks. Then we reached the ridge. The hollow where the man had fallen was still there, but the snow was sunken now, crusted and smooth. And in the center of it, melted into the surface, was a perfect circle of black glass. About 2 meters across. Not even in summer. He kicked at the edge with his boot. The surface didn't crack. It shimmered faintly, catching the light like an oil slick. Beneath the glass, something pulsed. Slow, faint, but definitely there. We didn't touch it again. The heat readings were inconclusive. Desmond transferred 2 weeks later. Said he needed somewhere with trees where he could see what was under his feet. I stayed. Someone has to. Sometimes, when I patrol near the North Slope after storms, I find patches of snow that feel warm through my boots. They're never large, just circles, maybe a meter wide, spaced like breathing. Spaced like breathing. From the observation tower, just before midnight, I caught sight of a faint orange bloom far across the slope, rhythmic, almost beautiful. It flickered once, then faded. The next morning, there were footprints in the snow leading straight toward that direction. I left one message, the same words the man had said to me before the power cut out. It's coming back. My name is Brett Cowan. I serve as a desert patrol ranger for the Bureau of Land Management, assigned to the Escalante sector of southern Utah. My primary duties involve monitoring backcountry routes, responding to distress calls, and ensuring hikers respect trail markers and weather advisories. It is a vast and deceptive place. I have worked these routes for nearly 8 years, and I know them the way you might know your own breath. But what happened near Marker 12 on June 9, 2021, remains a blank spot in that knowledge. The first report came in at 4:18 p.m. via shortwave. A hiker's voice, faint and broken by static. This is, Dale Jensen at Marker 12. Need assistance. Lost my pack. Water gone. Lost my pack. Water gone. I was already heading back toward the station from a routine patrol along Coyote Flats. I radioed dispatch, confirmed location, and turned my truck north onto the trail road leading toward Marker 10. The terrain beyond there is only accessible by ATV. By 4026, I was off the main road, pushing through the heat shimmer. It was 102 degrees WEF, but the light had that strange, milky tint that sometimes precedes a sand squall. The air felt tight, windless. My GPS confirmed I was about 3 miles south of Marker 12. The signal from Jensen's beacon showed stationary, no movement since the call. I kept expecting him to hail again, but the radio remained silent. I'll check in at arrival. I reached the marker at 4:37 p.m. It stood where it always had. Thin aluminum post, number plate scorched dull by the sun, planted at the edge of a low basin of red sand. But there were no footprints. The ground was perfectly smooth, as if freshly sifted by a giant hand. No wind had blown recently. I had watched the surface all along the route. No drift lines, no ripple marks. I shut off the ATV. The engines echoed, dying into the open air. The silence that followed was so complete, it had a kind of weight. I called out, "Jensen!" The name bounced once, faint against the cliffs, then fell away. Nothing moved. Even my own footprints seemed shallower than they should have been, as if the ground didn't quite accept them. When I returned to the ATV, I tried the radio. Dispatch, Cowan. Arrived at Marker 12. No visual on subject, no sign of movement. Requesting last known GPS from hiker beacon. Continuing search. I decided to check the dry wash about 200 yards west, where runoff sometimes formed shallow gullies. I walked slow, scanning each ridge. My boots made almost no sound. Halfway there, a faint noise crackled in my earpiece like someone exhaling too close to the mic. Then a voice, dry as paper. Still here. I froze. The voice hadn't seemed to come through radio static exactly. It sounded nearer, like it had echoed from the air around me. I stood still for a full minute, heart pounding, sweat running cold despite the heat. When I finally stepped forward again, the sand gave a faint sigh beneath my boot, like something shifting just below it. I backed up quickly. We're sending second unit from Post 5. That would take at least 20 minutes. I stood there in that heat, watching the shadows start to lengthen toward the west. I knelt and brushed it with my glove. The top layer slid aside easily, revealing an underlayer of compacted, darker sand. Embedded in it was a faint imprint. Not a footprint exactly, more like the shallow shape of a bare heel and the first two toes. Then the same voice, unmistakably closer this time. Marker 12. Jensen, I said carefully, turning a full circle. If you can hear me, call out. No response. The hiss continued for several seconds, then stopped so suddenly it left my ears ringing. There were now faint lines radiating outward from where I had brushed it. The rational part of my brain went through the checklist: subsurface air pockets, settling movement, mirage distortion. But none of it fit the sight in front of me. The lines were too even, like the sand had flowed outward deliberately. I heard the ATV engine of the incoming unit faintly in the distance. Sergeant Mayers. I raised a hand instinctively, though he couldn't possibly see me yet. By the time Mayers arrived, the light had cooled to gold. I told him everything. The call, the missing prints, the voice, the shifting sand. He looked at me like he was trying not to frown. Then he circled the marker, scanned the horizon, and said, "You sure he said marker 12? I played back the radio log." The timestamp read 4001-8004. "This is, Dale Jensen at marker 12. Need assistance." Mayers nodded slowly. "It's been closed since the collapse last winter. No permits issued." That stopped me cold. Then how did he have coordinates logged? "Good question," he said, kneeling by the base of the post. He brushed the sand just as I had, revealing the faint underlayer. "You see this color? That's fresh deposit. Marker might have been half buried since March." When we finally packed up, I took one last look back at marker 12. In the fading light, I could swear the number plate looked cleaner, like someone had wiped the dust off while we weren't looking. At 9:07 p.m., I logged the incident as unresolved subject missing, site undisturbed. But even as I drove back toward the station, the word undisturbed kept echoing in my head. Because the truth was, something had been there. We returned to the station around 9:45 p.m., headlights carving ribbons of light through the empty basin. Mayers filed the initial report while I went to the comms desk to replay the hiker's transmission again. The static came first. Thin, rattling, distant. Then the man's voice. "This is Dale Jensen at marker 12. Need assistance. Lost my pack. Water gone." Water gone. When I slowed it down by half speed, the wind resolved into something else. Not air. A low, cyclical tone, almost rhythmic. A sound that didn't belong in an open desert. I played it again for Mayers. He frowned and said, "Could be feedback from his transceiver." "Could be," I agreed. But we both knew the signal shouldn't have lasted as long as it did with no carrier response. At 10:12 p.m., we got a call from dispatch. He'd left that morning to do a short out and back to the plateau overlook, registered at marker 6. His vehicle was found parked at the trailhead, half an hour from our sector. According to the log, he had checked in with the ranger kiosk at 9:45 a.m., alone. Mayers rubbed the back of his neck. "So why the hell was he at 12? "Only one way to find out," I said. "We go back." He gave me that long look rangers give each other when both know what a bad idea sounds like. But we packed anyway. Thermal scanner, lamps, GPS beacons, and a backup radio set on the old analog channel we use when satellite coverage flickers. We reached the access trail again by 11:01 p.m. The desert at night is a different kind of silence. Cooler, denser. You can hear your heartbeat between steps. The moon hung thin and red near the horizon, enough light to show our shadows stretching behind us. At 11,028, we reached marker 12 again. It was as if we'd never left. The sand still lay smooth and unbroken, the post glinting faintly under our headlamps. Only the light had changed, paler now, reflecting faint silver off the dunes. Then, for an instant, a bloom, just one, appeared on the far edge of the basin, faint orange, human-sized. "Got something," I said quietly. Mayers came to my side. Distance. Maybe 90 yards. We both watched as the orange shape pulsed once, like a slow heartbeat, then faded back to uniform green. I tried the radio. "Denson, this is Ranger Cowan. If you can hear me, we're here. Stay where you are and signal with light if possible." We advanced slowly toward where the reading had appeared. The sand absorbed every footfall, leaving almost no sound. Halfway there, the scanner blinked again, this time behind us. The beam caught something pale for half a second, like a face, but it was gone before my eyes could focus. We both stood still, breathing fast. The wind picked up then. Not natural wind, but a rolling draft, circular, like air being drawn inward. The sand began to ripple faintly around our boots. When we reached the post, the ground at its base looked subtly changed. The sand around it had risen again, forming a shallow depression as if something beneath had inhaled. "Dispatch, this is Cowan," I said into my mic. "Thermal contact registered twice, no subject visible. Conditions unstable." "Conditions unstable. Requesting confirmation on weather front." "Identify." The voice came again, clearer this time, though not through the radio. It was coming from the open air, from the marker itself. "Still here." Mayer stepped back so fast he nearly tripped. Jesus Christ. Crouched low, scanning the base. The number plate vibrated faintly, a high metallic whine running through it. The sound resonated in the ground. Then something shifted beneath us, sand collapsing inward by less than an inch, like the surface breathing out. Mayers reached down, touched the post, then pulled his hand away immediately. "Cold," he said. "It's freezing." My radio clicked once, then emitted that same low, cyclical hum I'd heard earlier on the playback. Mayers shouted into the wind, "Cowan, we're leaving now." But I couldn't move. Something about the hum fixed me in place. It wasn't just sound. It had pattern, rhythm, pulse. My chest tightened in sync with it. I grabbed the scanner, shut it off, and ran. We scrambled back toward the ridge, stumbling over soft sand. Behind us, the hum deepened into a slow thrum that vibrated in the bones. When we looked back from the crest, marker 12 was half buried. The number plate was gone, swallowed by sand that now formed a perfect cone. Mayers finally said, "We file the report, we mark the area off, and we never come back out here after dark again." Neither of us spoke on the hike back. At 1003 a.m., inside the ranger station, I tried to sleep but couldn't. The scanner data looped in my head. The 12 identical signatures surrounding us, the hum in perfect rhythm with my pulse. When I finally checked the logs, there was no thermal record of any readings that night. Only one short entry, marker 12, signal lost 4037 p.m., the exact time we first arrived that afternoon. I stared at it for a long time. But the radio. Every time we switched to channel 7, the old analog line we'd used that night, there was a faint background noise, not static, not interference. A steady, low pattern, like slow breathing. By sunrise, the desert had returned to its usual indifference, flat light, still air, and the sense that nothing unusual had ever happened. You could almost believe the night had been a trick of exhaustion. Mayers and I set out again at 7:40 a.m., this time with a 3-man search crew from Boulder Station and a forensic tech from the Sheriff's Department. The goal was straightforward: grid search around Marker 12, document any disturbance, and recover potential remains or equipment belonging to Dale Jensen. We reached the area at 9002. The wind had picked up slightly from the south, pushing small ripples across the sand. When the marker came into view, I stopped walking. It was upright again, standing exactly as it had before, polished clean by the light. "Didn't you say it was buried last night?" the sheriff's tech asked. "It was," Mayer said quietly. "Half buried. Plate gone, but there it stood now, the number 12 bright and unblemished, as if newly installed. I crouched near the base and brushed the surface. I took a sample for analysis and noticed something glinting half buried nearby, a stainless steel carabiner, standard issue for hikers. When I picked it up, I saw faint etching on the side, Jensen. That was the first tangible trace. We spread out, working in a 10-meter grid. For an hour, the ground yielded nothing else. No footprints, no torn gear, not even wind patterns. The air temperature climbed rapidly, but there was no mirage shimmer, no heat distortion. Just that same static brightness that makes the desert feel endless. Around 10,016, I heard one of the crewmen shout, "Over here!" We hurried toward the western slope. The man stood pointing down at what looked like a thin trench, roughly the length of a body but shallower. The edges were smooth, not dug, but collapsed inward, as if the ground had briefly softened and then hardened again. Inside the depression lay 3 objects: a cracked water bottle, half a nylon strap, and a folded piece of laminated paper. I picked up the paper carefully. It was Jensen's trail permit, still legible despite the sand abrasion. The timestamp was 9047 a.m., his departure from Marker 6. Could that be a prank? Or he wrote it after getting lost? But the handwriting, look at the spacing, like he wasn't watching what he was writing. The tech scanned the area with ground-penetrating radar, expecting to see the compacted bedrock that usually lies about 2 feet down. Instead, the screen showed a void, a narrow cavity beginning just below the marker and extending horizontally toward the basin's center. "What's that?" Mayers asked. "Past 10 feet, the signal scatters." He paused, frowning. "The odd thing is the boundary. It's moving." We leaned over the screen. The cavity edge pulsed slightly, like a heart rhythm, each beat synced with the faint hum from the scanner itself. The tech reset the calibration. Every shovel strike came back dull. When we finally reached about 2 feet, the spade hit open air and dropped several inches. A hollow. I lay flat and shone my flashlight down. The beam disappeared into a narrow vertical tunnel, the walls smooth as glass. It wasn't natural erosion. It looked molded. The beam finally caught something metallic about 6 feet below, a reflective patch the size of a palm. The sheriff's tech lowered a borescope camera. We all watched the feed on the tablet as the lens descended through the sand throat. The tunnel widened slightly around the 6-foot mark. And there, half embedded in the glassy surface, was a handheld radio. Its casing, warped by pressure, antenna snapped. Then back to the feed. Same model, same number, even the scrape along the right clip. I'm sealing this off, but something about the way the sand shifted caught my eye. A voice, our own, layered over itself, came through for a single second. Still here. We all heard it. The tech dropped his headset. Mayers muttered. "That's a playback from last night." When I touched it, I felt that same faint vibration from before, almost imperceptible but steady, like a heartbeat pulsing through steel. At 3042 p.m., A gust of wind passed through the open window. You should read this. The report included Jensen's driver's license photo, age 43, and a list of his known hiking equipment. Among them, one stainless steel carabiner, engraved Jensen. Then, under additional notes, the deputy had added, subject reported deceased in 2018 heat stroke, recovered near marker 12. Waiting for my brain to reject it. That can't be right. But it's the same name, same engraving. I looked back at the carabiner on the desk. The light on it flickered faintly, reflecting something that wasn't there, like movement behind glass. For the rest of that afternoon, I tried to keep working, logging maintenance reports, answering emails, pretending things were normal. But each time I paused, the air felt off, slightly pressurized, as if the station itself were being watched. At one point, I thought I heard sand scraping faintly against the outside wall, though the wind had died hours ago. When night fell, I sat alone in the dark office. I kept the carabiner in my hand. Every few minutes, I thought I heard a voice from somewhere inside the metal, not clear words, just the dry murmur of someone trying to speak through dust. By 8003D that night, the station lights had taken on that dull yellow cast that makes the walls feel closer. Everyone else had gone home except Mayers, who stayed to finish the incident summary. He didn't talk much. Neither did I. He didn't argue, just said, "You shouldn't go alone." I know. But I went anyway. The road out to marker 12 looked different under moonlight. The desert shimmered pale blue, each dune casting its own soft shadow. When I cut the engine near marker 10, the silence hit me again, heavy, waiting. I used my headlamp sparingly, letting my eyes adjust. The faint shape of marker 12 rose from the distance, glowing silver in the moonlight. The carabiner in my pocket began to vibrate, not faintly this time, but steady, insistent, like it wanted to be closer to that marker. I gripped it through the fabric, pulse quickening, then, softly, from ahead, Ranger. I could make out a figure standing by the marker. A man, bareheaded, light clothes hanging stiffly with dust. His face was turned slightly away. Dale? Dale? For a heartbeat, I thought I was seeing a mirage, but then it stepped toward me and left no prints at all. "Still here," it said. The voice didn't come from its mouth. It came from the space between us, vibrating through the air like sound underwater. But when I looked down, I saw my own footprints leading back toward the ridge, except they didn't end where they should have. They kept going, unbroken, continuing into the basin's center where no one had walked. The wind picked up again. Slow, circular, same pattern as before. The carabiner in my hand snapped from my grip, landing point first into the sand and sinking halfway. I staggered back. The figure near the marker was gone. Only the sound remained, low, rhythmic, pulsing. My headlamp beam caught movement beneath the sand, something shifting, coiling like fabric folding in reverse. I ran. The dunes smoothed over it in seconds, leaving nothing but a faint depression where it had been. "What the hell happened?" he shouted when he reached me. I couldn't answer. My throat felt raw, dry. I handed him the carabiner, only it wasn't metal anymore. It had hardened into a glassy shard, faintly translucent, still warm to the touch. We stood there watching the sand settle back into stillness. By 11th outed, We'd reported the event and logged coordinates. The sheriff's office agreed to send a geological team at dawn. We marked the area with emergency beacons. As we packed up, Mayers noticed something on the ridge. The number plate caught the light, gleaming white. Only when I got within a few feet did I realize it didn't say 12 anymore. The digits were inverted, scored from inside the metal somehow. For the simpleth, the surface to sand lay smorth cop. No where 12 used to be like repels left by to the graft. The semthus tempt was more thrust the sem to kari. I can't first the sem times stem to stem, with the semth sem to stem, with a scob backanap, with a skep to shimtus, the fref karis, is deb repels, with a tum, frost korsh deb brep, and others, double sova ubbles, ekanem moth, of was, ekanem rough, tum war sheb rep, sovene rav. A rough sum or silver summer shim tarsh over some for shim for ship, silver sep, fra, a rough ra, or my ship, silver fra, or my ship. My name is Samuel Reddick, though most call me Sam. I work as a ranger out of Hawk Ridge Station, overseeing a stretch of northern Pennsylvania that folds into old mining country fields of shale, stripped hills, and the remains of quarries long forgotten by anyone who didn't grow up here. My duties are mostly routine, trail maintenance, safety patrols, and the occasional lost hiker who misreads a map or chases a deer track too far from the path. But what happened out on Old Quarry Trail that October morning wasn't routine. It started with a call from dispatch, just as the fog began to lift from the valley. A hiker named Tyler Maddox had been reported missing by his girlfriend. He hadn't returned from a solo hike he'd planned the day before. He'd signed the log at the trailhead, and his car was still in the gravel lot when I arrived. Old Quarry Trail isn't a dangerous route, not on paper. It winds through hardwood forest, dips past an abandoned limestone quarry, and loops back toward the ridge. The problem isn't the terrain, it's what's underneath. The first mile was uneventful, just a scatter of chipmunks and the distant hum of the highway. But as I got closer to the quarry, the woods began to change. Ferns grow thick near the rim, hiding the broken concrete barriers that once kept trucks from backing too close. I've been down there dozens of times, usually to check that no one's vandalized the place. But that morning, as I stood at the lip and looked down into the pale gray bowl, something felt wrong. There were footprints leading in boot prints, fresh, likely from the missing hiker. I recognized the old marker still bolted above it, shaft 3C, C, closed 1982. The metal grate over the opening had been bent upward, the padlock broken clean through. I crouched beside it, shining my flashlight into the dark. By regulation, I should have waited for backup before entering, but it was early and the ground looked stable. I clipped my radio to my vest, tied a guideline to a tree root, and lowered myself in. The shaft wasn't vertical, more of a steep decline carved from old machinery. My boots slid on loose rock, sending echoes that finally did return, distant and wrong-timed. After maybe 50 feet, the beam of my flashlight caught on something pale, a nylon backpack wedged against a timber brace. I recognized the brand, Osprey, blue and gray, same one listed on the missing person report. Inside, I found a half-empty water bottle, a power bar, a small first aid kit, and a camera. The kind hikers strap to their chests for video logs. The lens was cracked, the casing smeared with grit, but the indicator light blinked red once before dying. I pocketed it carefully, intending to turn it in for digital recovery later. What I didn't expect was to find footprints beyond that point. Bare ones. Human, by the shape of them, heel, arch, 5 distinct toes, but no tread, no shoe. The tunnel widened after a bend, opening into a cavern I'd never seen marked on any map. Old support beams jutted like ribs from the walls. Then came the sound, faint, rhythmic, like the distant pulse of dripping water. Only it wasn't dripping. It was too steady, almost like breathing. I froze. The walls began to sweat with moisture, the stone glistening under the light. I started noticing markings scratched into the surface. Simple lines, hash marks, some crossed out, some forming patterns like tally counts. They climbed the walls as high as I could reach, fading into the shadows above. I swung my light upward and saw the tunnel ceiling curve into a dome where something shimmered faintly, like thin sheets of mica or wet glass. When I moved, they moved, reflecting my light in ripples. By the time I reached the main shaft again, the air was cooler, but my throat had gone dry. I hauled myself up the rope, emerging into daylight with dirt in my mouth and the echo of that sound still in my ears. I reported the situation to my supervisor, and by noon, a small search team had arrived. 2 deputies, a rescue tech, and another ranger named Ortiz. We descended together, better equipped this time, with gas monitors and body cams. The markings were there, but the footprints, every one of them, were gone. The floor was smooth, as though something had dragged a heavy cloth over it. We found no trace of Tyler Maddox, not his body, not his gear, just the damaged camera I'd recovered earlier. When we returned topside, I handed it over to the tech team. He looked pale, eyes red like he hadn't blinked in a while. "We got something off your camera," he said. "You might want to see this." The footage began with daylight, Tyler walking the trail, talking to himself about reaching the quarry, then the descent into the shaft. His voice grew quieter as he joked nervously about exploring the lost mines of Pennsylvania. At about the 20-minute mark, the light dimmed and the feed turned jerky. He whispered something about finding a room that isn't on the map. Then he pointed the camera upward. The ceiling glistened, the same as I'd seen. And then... movement. The surface rippled, slow as breath. The timestamp read 6:43 a.m. The footage ended exactly at sunrise. The official report called it inconclusive, though none of us believed that. The footage we recovered from Tyler Maddox's camera stopped the moment daylight broke over the quarry, as if the sunrise itself had cut the feed. The tech team combed through the files for hours, convinced it was a corrupted segment or bad sensor, but even in the final frame you could see the glow of his headlamp reflecting off that strange, breathing surface above him. Rescue units came in from 2 neighboring counties, along with a geological specialist from Harrisburg. Drones, dogs, ground teams, all coordinated from a folding table set up near the trailhead. It wasn't loud enough to record, but if you stood still, you could feel it along your ribs. Ortiz noticed it too. "Old mine pumps, maybe," he said, though none were supposed to exist here anymore. The quarry had been sealed and decommissioned in the early 80s. We split into small teams. Mine was assigned to recheck the shaft where I'd found the backpack. We took ropes, gas monitors, and body cams, each unit synced to a live feed above ground. The descent went smoother this time. Dust drifted like snow in our lights. The markings on the walls were still there. Hundreds of tallies carved or scraped into the limestone, some shallow, some deep. Ortiz began photographing each wall for comparison to the previous day's footage, when suddenly his radio crackled. "Base to Team 2, confirm your position," a voice said. Ortiz replied, "Team 2 inside main cavern, visual stable." It was the same tone, same channel, but off somehow. Slightly slowed, like someone mimicking speech from a recording. "Confirm, visual, stable." We all froze. Lifted the radio closer. "Base, say again?" breathing sound, that steady rhythm I'd heard the day before, filtering through the static like it had found its way into the signal itself. Collins backed toward the shaft, muttering. The sound stopped as suddenly as it had begun. We should have left then. But curiosity does strange things to people underground. Ortiz, shaking off the unease, gestured toward the far wall. The echo came back delayed, as if bouncing off something vast and empty beyond. We worked together for 10 minutes, enough to widen the gap to about 2 feet. A faint draft moved through dry, warm, carrying a smell like copper and burnt dust. Collins tested the air with a handheld monitor. "Oxygen levels are fine," he said. "But there's something else. Trace hydrocarbons? I can't tell what." Well, we're not lighting a match. I crouched near the gap, aiming my flashlight through. The beam traveled maybe 30 feet before it hit another chamber. The walls looked melted, for lack of a better word. Not eroded by water or time. Melted, as if the stone had softened and refrozen. But how to get there if the first one was found near the entrance? We slid through one at a time. The rock underfoot felt wrong smooth in some places, tacky in others like half-dried resin. When I reached the tripod, I saw the camera's housing had fused into the metal. Melted plastic had pooled beneath it, forming a shape like fingers pressing down. Collins whispered, "Yeah." It shimmered like oil on water. Then the surface flexed. Not a trick of light, actual movement, a slow inhale and exhale across the stone. We all stepped back. Ortiz reached for his radio again. "Base, we've got something down here." The breathing wasn't from above. It was all around us, echoing from the walls, layered and overlapping like 100 lungs moving together. I could feel it vibrating through the soles of my boots. The ceiling rippled again, slower now, as if it were aware of us. Collins yelled something I didn't catch and swung his light toward the passage we'd entered. The opening had collapsed, or maybe shifted. Either way, the gap was sealed with solid stone. Panic hit all at once. Ortiz tried the radio again, shouting into it. Nothing but distortion, then a voice, faint, breaking through the interference. "Sam?" I turned. "Ortiz, was that you?" He shook his head. The voice came again, clearer this time. My name, drawn out, almost gentle. "Sam, I knew that voice. It was mine." Ortiz just stared upward, whispering. "It's light sensitive." It stopped when the sun rose in the footage. He was right. The footage had cut off at dawn. Daylight stopped it. But we were underground, miles from sunlight. Then, as if on cue, our flashlights began to dim. One after another, the beams weakened to an amber glow. The cavern darkened until only the faint phosphorescence from the ceiling remained, pale and pulsing. "What? Just do it!" We switched them off. Darkness swallowed us whole. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then I realized I could still see. Not well, but enough to make out shapes. The walls emitted their own faint glow, a greenish shimmer that traced the carved tally marks. Except now, there were new ones. Fresh. Long rows of them running down to where we stood. Ortiz took a step back and nearly tripped over something on the floor. When he steadied his light for a moment, we saw it. A boot. Old leather, half buried in dust. Inside was a human foot, dried and clean, like it had been there for decades. We didn't wait to study it. We started digging at the collapsed exit with bare hands, shoving stones aside. It took minutes. Maybe more, maybe less. When the last rock gave way, cold air rushed in from the shaft, and the glow vanished. We crawled out one by one. By the time we surfaced, the light outside had dimmed toward evening. Ortiz collapsed beside me, gasping. Collins threw up on the grass. None of us spoke for a while. Later, when we reviewed our body cam footage, the entire segment between entering the second chamber and emerging topside was blank. Just static and faint rhythmic noise, perfectly in sync with human respiration. The timestamp had stopped again, right at 6:43 a.m. The report was filed, the site taped off, and the county sheriff had ordered a temporary closure of Old Quarry Trail until the state inspectors arrived. Till the state inspectors arrived. Ortiz went home after his debrief, hollow-eyed and silent. Collins checked himself into a clinic in Scranton. They said he was suffering from acute sensory trauma. He wouldn't stop hearing breathing in his sleep. It wasn't the dispatcher's channel, more like background interference. But through the static came 3 short bursts of sound. Then silence. Then my name. Sam. I grabbed a headlamp, my service sidearm, and a portable floodlight from storage. I didn't log my departure. Hawk Ridge slept under low fog as I drove out, headlights carving tunnels through mist. The forest loomed darker than usual, the road to the trailhead rougher than I remembered. The night was unnaturally quiet. No crickets, no owls, just the slow pulse of the quarry wind moving through the trees. I started down the trail with my headlamp off, guided by the moonlight. My boots crunched on the gravel, each step sounding too loud. The tape the deputies had strung across the quarry rim was still there, fluttering in the wind. Down in the basin, the shaft where we'd entered waited open. No guards, no seal, just a dark throat leading into the earth. I switched on the floodlight and aimed it down. Dust floated in slow spirals, catching in the beam. The air was still. When I stepped inside, the temperature rose almost instantly. My breath vanished in the warmth. The rope we'd left from the rescue op was still secured at the entrance. I descended carefully, counting each step. 50 feet. 50. 50 feet. Then the tunnel floor leveled out. Past the broken timbers, into the main cavern. My light illuminated the walls, smooth now, the tally marks erased. The rubble cleared, as though someone or something had moved it. The hole yawned wide enough for me to crawl through without bending. Every instinct screamed to turn back. But I had to see. I recognized it immediately. A body cam, Ortiz's unit. I knelt slowly, picking it up. The casing was warm to the touch. The indicator light blinked once. Then the screen came alive. No delay, no password, just the feed. The video showed Ortiz's last recording. He was looking directly into the lens, face slick with sweat. The timestamp read 6:41 a.m. Still no exit, he whispered. If anyone finds this... Sam, you hear that? The camera spun. Behind him, the wall rippled like fabric in the wind. His voice rose. It's... The footage distorted into static. For a fraction of a second, a shape flickered across the screen, humanoid, but stretched, as if caught mid-motion through water. The frame froze on that smear of motion, then cut to black. The timer on the playback froze too, 6:43 a.m. Again. I realized then the breathing sound wasn't echo. It was rhythm. A cycle. The quarry was exhaling. The walls flexed subtly with each pulse. The glow intensified, casting ripples of light over the stone. My floodlight began to flicker and sink, dimming with every breath. They formed in patterns, spiraling toward the center of the chamber where I stood. Each line was hot to the touch, glowing orange at its edges. I stumbled backward, raising my light toward the ceiling. It rippled again, slow, deliberate. And from the center, something began to descend. Not a body, not a face. More like the suggestion of one. A distortion in the air that thickened as it neared the ground. My own breath synced with it unwillingly, each inhale and exhale matching the rhythm around me. My chest tightened until pain shot down my ribs. The floodlight flickered out entirely, leaving only the phosphorescent glow. Then, from the radio on my shoulder, a voice whispered, "Daylight, Sam. Daylight." It was Ortiz. His tone was weak, distant, but clear. I fumbled for my watch. 4:52 a.m. 2 hours till dawn. My mind grabbed the one idea I had left. If it stopped at daylight in every recording, then maybe sunlight killed it, or scared it off, or sealed it away. Whatever it was. The tunnel back to the surface wasn't far, but the air had grown thicker, pushing against me like invisible pressure. My boots dragged as though the floor had softened. Behind me, the breathing grew faster, ragged, as if angry. Half running, half crawling, I climbed through the broken tunnel, scraping my hands raw on the rock. The heat followed me, pulsing at my back. When I reached the incline, the rope was gone. The red light arced, catching the limestone walls, and for a brief second, the air shimmered with shapes, faces, half-formed, watching me from the rock itself. Then they vanished in the flash. The air pressure below surged once more, one massive inhale, as if the earth itself was drawing breath to swallow me whole. Then light. Not sunlight, but a pale reflection bouncing down the shaft. Someone was above. My radio hissed with static, and through it came a faint voice, echoing the same impossible refrain. "Daylight. Sam, daylight." The first sliver of sunrise cut across the ridge. The quarry floor glistened wetly, as though it had just exhaled its last breath. When I turned back to the shaft, it was gone. The opening had sealed with smooth limestone, unbroken and dry. I stood there until the sun cleared the horizon, waiting for it to move again. Ortiz's body cam was logged as never recovered, but the footage from that night, the one from my recorder, still stops at the same timestamp. The sun rose clean and empty over Hawk Ridge that morning, but nothing felt lighter for it. At 8 sharp, a team from the State Geological Office arrived with ground-penetrating radar. They were practical people, no patience for ghost stories, and I didn't bother arguing. I let them sweep the site while I filled out my report, every word feeling useless, unexplained structural closure. Possible thermal distortion. Solid strata down to 50 meters. Whatever you think was here, maybe you got turned around underground. I didn't answer. You sure you were even in this basin? You sure you were even in this basin? I just pointed to the ground where the rope marks still scored the dirt. Yeah, I'm sure. Inside was Ortiz's recovered body cam, the one that shouldn't have existed, the one I'd handed to evidence 2 nights ago. Somehow, it had been returned to my desk that morning, no note, no explanation. The casing was cold this time, dead. but the memory card was still inside. The memory card was still inside. I took it home, against protocol, and fed it into my laptop. For the first 5 minutes, the footage was exactly as before. Ortiz whispering in the cavern, breathing quick and shallow. Then static. Then the same moment, the flicker, the distortion. But this time, the static didn't cut to black. It kept going. I saw the chamber from a higher angle, like the camera had been lifted, hovering. Ortiz wasn't in frame anymore. The air shimmered, the tally marks flared and moved, shifting positions and patterns too deliberate to be random. And then the feed brightened. Not daylight, not artificial light either. A kind of internal glow, washing over everything. Through it, a shape moved. A human outline, bare feet, shoulders hunched. For a second, I thought it was Ortiz. Then I realized the gait was wrong. Too slow, too steady. It stopped at the center of the chamber, turned toward the camera, and the light fractured. The image froze, scrambled, then reformed into something else. The quarry floor under morning sun, the same spot I stood in earlier that day. But there was someone standing there now. Someone in ranger khakis, mud-streaked, staring directly into the lens. Me. The timestamp at the bottom corner read 6043 a.m. The footage looped once, then corrupted itself into blank gray. I slammed the laptop shut and sat there in the dark, heart hammering. Outside, the wind shifted, carrying the faint mineral tang of the quarry even though I was miles away. That night, I dreamed I was underground again. Only this time, the breathing came from above, pressing through the roof of my house, slow and heavy. When I woke, the air in the room felt thick, and the walls seemed to pulse faintly in rhythm with my heartbeat. She was professional enough not to laugh, but she gave me that look. The one people use when they've already decided you're tired, maybe a little unwell. "Give us a week," she said. "We'll do a full digital recovery." Week turned into 2. The timestamps repeat every 24 hours. Same segments, same corruption, always ending at 6:43 a.m. She clicked open a monitor window. The playback began with Ortiz's footage again. But now, after the final frame, the screen didn't fade to gray. Dated the next day, same time. The camera had turned itself back on. This new segment showed the quarry basin from the surface, filmed in perfect stillness. The light was flat, morning bright. Then the focus shifted downward, toward the ground, where a faint indentation outlined the shape of a door, or what looked like one flush with the limestone. The lens zoomed closer. The rock shimmered, almost like it was breathing. Then the frame jolted upward, catching a flicker of movement just beyond the trees. A figure in a ranger's uniform, walking away from the camera toward the trail. The man's face was blurred, but not from motion. From inside the pixels themselves, like the data couldn't decide what it was seeing. "Facial ID pulls up your badge photo," Delaney said quietly. "But it's not from our database. The match came from the file archive of Hawk Ridge Station. That archive had been offline since the previous day." I left the building without signing out the evidence. I ended up back near Hawk Ridge, parked at the overlook that faces the valley. The sky bled orange into blue. Below, the forest rippled in the wind. Somewhere beyond it lay Old Quarry Trail, sealed again, quiet. Except across the basin, I saw a flicker. just a momentary reflection, like metal catching sun. Then gone. Yeah, I told myself it was nothing. But when I looked at my phone, still, the clock refused to change. I restarted the phone, same time. 6 section 42. Seconds ticked but never crossed into 6 section 43. I drove back to the station that night. The next thing I remember is standing outside, dawn already breaking, my truck door open, the quarry keys in my hand. I don't recall walking there. The sunrise caught the ridgeline, and for a heartbeat the air shimmered, just like the footage. Then a slow breath. And once, only once, a voice that sounded like mine said, "It's daylight now." The timestamp on the recording, 6:43 a.m.
My name is Dana Ruiz. I'm a field ranger stationed out of Yosemite's East Boundary Division, the sector that borders the Sierra Crest. I've been with search and rescue for 9 years, long enough to know that most missing hiker cases follow a pattern. Someone takes a wrong junction, loses daylight, or pushes too far above the snowline. Usually, you can trace their mistakes in boot prints or misplaced cairns. But the Split Peak case never made sense from the beginning. It started on a bright September morning. No weather warnings, no wind. The visibility was perfect, 30 miles clean across the ridge. The missing party was a group of 3, one experienced climber named Brandon Lee, and 2 friends visiting from San Diego, Kate and Julian. They'd signed the Wilderness Register at 06:42 a.m., planning to summit Split Peak via the North Ridge and return before sundown. Their gear list was solid: ice axes, ropes, harnesses, all by the book. By early afternoon, the forecast was holding steady. I was finishing a supply run back to the White Pine outpost when dispatch radioed in a partial distress ping, an automatic SOS from one of the hikers' satellite messengers. The signal blinked for 40 seconds, then went dark. The coordinates placed it somewhere along Split Peak Ridge, elevation just above 10,000 feet. At 15,045, I was already geared up and ascending the switchbacks. I knew the route well. Split Peak wasn't technical, but it had long exposure. The trail cut through granite slabs, dropping off into deep couloirs that funneled into shadow before noon. By the time I reached marker post 12, the air had thinned and the ridge wind had picked up a faint metallic whine, a sound I'd only ever heard near the old fire lookouts, when wind passed through broken radio frames. The first sign of trouble appeared not far from the last GPS ping. A coil of climbing rope lay tangled near a rock ledge, still threaded through a cam anchor. The cut was so clean it almost looked burned. No fray, no fuzz, just a precise slice through the core strands. My first thought was abrasion, but that didn't fit. The rock surface was smooth granite, nothing sharp enough to cause that kind of damage. I called in the find, marking coordinates, and continued another 100 meters along the ridge. That's where I found a single boot. Women's size 7, La Sportiva. The tread was scuffed, the laces intact, no blood, no drag marks. It was positioned upright like someone had taken it off carefully and set it down. Beyond that point, the trail narrowed into a knife edge. I clipped my line and moved slow, scanning both sides of the ridge. The valley below was silent except for wind. No birds, no chipmunks, no sign of human movement. Around 17,030, the sun began to drop behind the western ridge, and the granite took on that pale gold color Yosemite gets just before dusk. I stopped to rest and listen. That's when I caught something faint, a sound that could have been a voice, carried from somewhere down the slope. "Hello?" I called out, but the echo came back distorted, delayed by a half-second too long. I waited, then heard it again. A voice, soft but distinct. My name. Dana. I froze. Only 3 people in the park knew I was on that ridge: dispatch, my supervisor, and the trailhead volunteer. The call came from below, in a shallow ravine that cut east off the main ridge. I tried to radio in, but static drowned the channel. It wasn't the usual interference crackle, it was more like a deep pulsing hum, the kind you get when an old generator runs somewhere underground. I unhooked from the main line and began descending toward the sound. The terrain dropped steeply, loose scree sliding underfoot. The voice called again, closer this time, a woman's tone, strained but calm. I swept my headlamp across the boulders and saw fabric movement maybe 30 feet below. When I reached the spot, there was no one there, just another rope section, this one looped around a boulder, taut, leading into a narrow crevice between slabs. I pulled it gently. It didn't give. I shined my light inside, but the crevice ran deeper than it should have. It wasn't a simple crack, it opened into a hollow space, almost like a tunnel. Cold air poured out of it, colder than the surrounding rock by several degrees. Kate? I tried again. My voice bounced back, softer, warped. The hum from my radio deepened, then went dead entirely. I crouched to inspect the rope again. This cut wasn't clean. It was shredded halfway, like something had been sawing at it under pressure. And on the rock face beside it, I noticed fresh chalk prints, 2 hand smears, the kind climbers leave when trying to steady themselves. Only these smears were upside down, palms facing down toward the ground as if whoever made them had been hanging below the ledge, not climbing up it. At 1810, I logged the location on my GPS and started back up to regain the ridge before dark. When I reached my earlier boot marker, it was gone. The space where I'd left it was bare stone. I swept my light around, thinking maybe the wind had knocked it, but the air was still. The last bit of daylight slipped fast, and by 18,003, the temperature had dropped below 40. I called for backup, but the signal refused to stabilize. I decided to bivouac near marker 12 for the night. My rule in these situations is always the same. You don't chase sounds after dark. Too many rescues turn into recoveries that way. Around 20 Esed, while setting up my bivy sack, I heard rope tension, an unmistakable snap echoing from somewhere down the ridge, like a line under strain suddenly giving way. Then silence. I swung my light around, scanning every rock face, every shadow, nothing. Then, faintly, the metallic whine returned, higher now, almost harmonic. It came from the direction of Split Peak itself, about a mile ahead. I couldn't shake the feeling that something on that ridge was moving in ways it shouldn't. At 21,012, I caught another sound. Not the wind, not an echo, a rhythmic scrape, rope dragging across stone. Slow, deliberate, like someone lowering a line down a face, then stopping halfway. I left the bivvy and crouched low near the ledge, my light off, letting my eyes adjust. The stars were bright enough to make out silhouettes. I saw a faint movement ahead, 3 shapes, spaced apart, standing perfectly still on a flat shelf of rock, maybe 50 yards ahead. I counted them twice. 3 figures, not moving. The missing group was 3 people. I called out once, quietly. Brandon? The middle figure lifted its head. The other 2 didn't move at all. Then the wind shifted. The figures weren't on the shelf anymore. They were on the slope below, at an angle that made no sense, like they were standing parallel to the wall instead of on a horizontal surface. Their outlines bent with the stone, unnaturally straight, limbs at stiff right angles. I blinked, and they were gone. The rope sound ceased, replaced by the low hum again, this time directly beneath me. The granite trembled faintly, a pulse so subtle I thought it might be my heartbeat. I didn't sleep that night. At first light, I packed up and began my descent toward base to report in. Halfway down, I nearly tripped over a coiled rope lying across the trail, the same model the missing climbers carried. Its end was cut clean through, no fray. And beside it, pressed neatly into the dust, were 3 sets of footprints, fresh, headed uphill. By the time I reached base at White Pine Station, the morning light was hard and flat, the kind that makes everything look too sharp, too defined. The overnight temperature had dropped below freezing, and frost lined the truck windshields like thin silver veins. Dispatch logged my findings, but the report felt hollow on paper. 1 boot, 2 cut ropes, 3 faint figures. It didn't translate. My supervisor, Ranger Captain Lorne, listened without interrupting. When I mentioned the upside-down chalk prints, he frowned. "You think they fell into a fissure?" he asked. "Maybe," I said, though I didn't believe it. But that wouldn't explain how the prints were inverted. Or the voice. Voice? Someone called my name. He scribbled something on his pad and nodded slowly, the way people do when they're trying not to show concern. "You'd been up there 16 hours, Dana." Echoes carry strange. Let's get the recovery team up the ridge before noon. By 10,030, a 3-person crew and I were back on Split Peak. The air was dry, sunlight reflecting off the granite so sharply that it gave the illusion of heat, though it was still cold enough to numb fingers. I led them along the same trail marker, 12, the rope coil, the place where I'd seen the figures. Nothing looked quite the same. The boulder where I'd found the crevice wasn't there. I knew the exact contour, a split slab with a hollow at its base, but now it was solid granite, seamless, no crack visible. I kept checking the GPS coordinates, but the readings jumped inconsistently, fluctuating between points 50 meters apart. One of the techs, Alvarez, crouched beside a ledge and ran a gloved hand over the stone. "Fresh scoring here," he said, "like metal dragged." I leaned in. The marks were linear, deep, and parallel, similar to what carabiners leave when scraped under tension, except they ran in both directions. "Looks like they were hauling something up and down," Alvarez muttered. "Or something was hauling them," said the youngest in the group, a new recruit named Tessa. Her tone was half joking, but it landed wrong in the air. We reached the flat shelf where I'd seen the three shapes the night before. The surface was immaculate. No prints, no gear, no rope residue. But there was something else embedded into the rock itself. At first, it looked like a shadow. Then I realized it wasn't flat. A handprint pressed into the granite as if it had been soft once, each finger perfectly defined, deep enough to cast its own small shadow. "Christ," Alvarez whispered, "that's not possible." I photographed it, marking coordinates, though the GPS kept failing to hold a lock. Every time I checked the screen, the altitude reading changed. We continued another quarter-mile until the ridge dipped toward Split Peak's final rise. That's when we found the first body. It was Julian, the younger male. He lay face up in a narrow ravine, half buried in scree. His harness was still attached, rope trailing upward into an overhang. The end was cut, clean through, no fray. His expression was peaceful. That was the strangest part. No visible trauma. No broken bones, no blood, no bruising. Just that same intact calm, like he'd laid down to rest. I crouched to check his vitals, though it was obvious. The skin was pale and cold, faintly translucent under the cheekbones. I noticed fine grit clinging to his eyelids, like powdered stone dust. His fingernails were packed with it. We called it in immediately. Evac was scheduled for the afternoon, but signal again came through patchy. Every time I tried to transmit the coordinates, the radio emitted that same pulsing hum. Lorne's voice cut through for half a second. "Copy that, Ruiz. Stay put. Don't." Then static swallowed the rest. We set a perimeter and began a slow surge outward from the body. The ground pattern changed the farther we moved. Granite gave way to fractured slabs, pale and veined with quartz. It looked almost melted, the kind of surface you get when lightning fuses sand. Tessa found the next clue. "Dana," she called, pointing at a smooth wall of stone. A faint groove ran along it, a vertical line about 6 feet long, thin as thread. She ran a finger down it. "Feels like glass." I shined my light along the groove. Inside it were small circular impressions, repeating like beads. Rope fibers fused into the rock. It didn't make sense. There's no heat source in that area strong enough to melt granite. No wildfire scars, no lava vents, nothing. But the pattern was unmistakable. A rope line had been pulled with enough friction to burn itself into stone. By 14-2 clouds began to build over the crest, a thin front, windless and silent. The sky dimmed unnaturally fast, shadows deepening even though sunset was hours away. We decided to start heading down. That's when Alvarez froze, staring off toward the ridge edge. "Did you see that?" he asked quietly. "See what?" He pointed, but there was nothing, just the slope falling away into mist. He kept watching it, his eyes tracking something invisible. Then I heard it too. Rope tension again, a faint, steady draw, like something being lowered carefully in the distance. We moved toward the sound. Each step echoed strangely, the acoustics warped, as if the mountain wasn't solid anymore. The rope sound stopped. In its place came a slow series of clicks, metallic and irregular, like carabiners tapping against rock in the wind, except there was no wind. At the crest, we found nothing, just open air and the faint smell of ozone. Then a gust came from below, updrafting cold air so sharp it hurt to breathe. Tessa's radio crackled suddenly, no call sign, just whispering static. Then a voice broke through. A man's. "Hold the line," it said. We all froze. The signal was faint but unmistakable. "Hold the line." I grabbed the receiver. "Who is this? Identify yourself." No answer, just breathing. Then, softly, the same phrase again, closer this time, not through the radio. Behind us. We turned. Julian's body was still lying in the ravine below, exactly where we'd left it, but his rope, the one cut through cleanly, was taut again, pulled tight. The free end snaked up the slope toward us, dragging over stone inch by inch. Alvarez swore under his breath and drew his knife. "Cut it," he said. "Wait," I told him. Well, But before I could stop him, he reached down, slashed the line, and stumbled back. The rope snapped loose, and something beneath the ledge exhaled, a low, deep rush of air, like a cavern breathing. Then the hum returned, stronger, vibrating through the soles of our boots. We backed away fast. The ground under the ledge shimmered slightly, as though heat were rising from it, but it wasn't heat, it was movement, stone shifting, almost fluid, rippling outward in concentric circles. The air thickened, radios screamed static. Then, for the briefest moment, the rippling stopped, and 3 figures stood exactly where the distortion had been. The same 3 I'd seen the night before. They were perfectly still, no faces, just dark outlines etched into the air, the edges flickering faintly like mirages. Then they vanished, and the rope line went slack again, coiling neatly at my feet. The hum faded. Silence returned. Alvarez wouldn't speak the rest of the way down. When we reached the base that evening, I realized my GPS had stopped recording hours earlier. Every log after 13,012 was blank. I didn't sleep that night either. None of us did. Alvarez sat in silence by the heater, eyes fixed on nothing. Tessa called her fiancé twice, each time saying she was fine before muting the phone and shaking so hard her radio clipped off her vest. The base cabin felt smaller than usual, like the walls had crept closer. Captain Lorne arrived just before midnight. He read our preliminary report in full silence. When he was done, he set the clipboard down and looked at me. "You sure about what you saw?" "I'm sure about what happened," I said. 3 shapes, rope movement. The radio voice said, "Hold the line." "Yeah, I read that part." He rubbed his jaw. "That phrase ring any bells?" "Not officially," I said, "but it's a call-out we use during live belays if someone's in trouble on rope. It means don't release tension." Could have been a recording from their comms. An echo. I didn't bother answering. He didn't sound convinced either. By morning, Lorne authorized one final assent before calling the case. Officially, it was for body recovery. Unofficially, he wanted closure. He took Alvarez and me back up. Tessa was excused. She'd developed what the medic called acute stress reaction. I think that was just a tidy way of saying she'd had enough. We left base at 07,010. The trail looked unchanged, but the air felt heavier. No birds, no wind. Even the pines along the lower ridge stood unnaturally still, needles unmoving. Lorne kept up steady talk through the climb, like filling silence could keep the mountain from answering back. "These disappearances," he said, "they follow ridge lines, same contour as the fault lines under Split Peak. Could be subsurface resonance throwing off your instruments. Rock vibrations don't mimic human voices," I said. He didn't reply. We reached marker 12 by 09,040. The sunlight broke clean through the valley, illuminating the ridge ahead. The same spot where the hum had started. Only now the rock color was wrong darker, as if scorched. Alvarez knelt to test it with his glove. "It's cold," he said, "but it looks burned." The pattern wasn't random. Circular overlapping impressions covered the granite, each one about the size of a helmet. "Looks like pressure points," I murmured. As if something pressed through from below. We moved slow along the ledge, rechecking each anchor site. The handprint from yesterday was gone. In its place was a new mark, a half-boot tread, upside down. At 10,025, we reached the ravine where Julian's body had been. It was empty. The rope was still coiled in the same place we'd left it, but the body, gone. No drag marks, no prints, no sign of animal disturbance. Lorne cursed under his breath, radioing base. "This is White Pine Command to Split Peak Team. Do you copy?" Static. He tried again, different frequency. "White Pine Command. This is Captain Lorne requesting immediate." Then the same phrase bled through. "Hold the line." Lorne froze. The voice was male, quiet, but different from before. Older. "This is Captain Lorne. Identify yourself." Static. Then a new voice. Female. Calm, almost familiar. "Dana." My hand went numb. "That's the voice I heard the first night," I said. Alvarez whispered, "That's Kate, isn't it?" We'd all heard her voicemail from the case file. Same tone, same cadence. "Kate," I called out. "Where are you?" The radio hissed, then another voice layered over hers, fainter, repeating her last word in perfect sync, but deeper, lower. "Are you?" I looked at Lorne. He gave me a small shake of the head. "We're pulling out," he said quietly. "Now." But when we turned, the ridge behind us was gone. The trail we descended obliterated into a seamless slope of rock. Even the marker post had vanished. Lorne swore again. That's impossible. We spread out, searching for any sign of the switchbacks. Nothing. My GPS spun without stabilizing, compass needle twitching uselessly. The hum returned, low at first, then building. It wasn't coming from beneath us anymore, it was in the air itself. I felt it vibrating in my teeth. Alvarez dropped to one knee, covering his ears. "It's pressure," he shouted. He never finished. The rope at his hip lifted by itself, snapping taut toward the slope edge. He screamed, clawing at the carabiner, but it dragged him a full meter before Lorne and I grabbed hold. The line pulled back, steady and powerful, like something below had caught it and was reeling him in. I locked my boots into a crack and shouted, "Cut it!" He hesitated, hands shaking, until Lorne drew his knife and slashed the line. The recoil sent Alvarez sprawling backward. The rope whipped down the ledge and disappeared into nothing. We stood gasping. The hum eased instantly. "Let's move," Lorne said, voice raw. We started climbing up what used to be the ridge, using cracks and ledges for footing. The rock texture was wrong slick, as though polished from within. About 30 feet up, we found something embedded in the wall, a climbing cam, stainless steel, fused half into the granite. The metal edges had melted into the stone. Alvarez touched it. "It's warm." "How?" I asked. "It's 40 degrees. Then I saw it, faint behind the cam, inside the stone movement. A shadow shape, distorted as though seen through water. I leaned closer. It was a face, Kate's face, eyes closed, mouth slightly open, preserved in the translucent quartz vein. I staggered back, breath gone. Alvarez muttered a prayer. Lorne didn't speak. Breath gone. He pressed his palm against the wall and whispered, "God help us." The face vanished as soon as his hand made contact, leaving only smooth rock. At that point, we stopped pretending it was a normal mission. We descended fast, following any direction that led down. But the terrain kept changing, rearranging itself between glances. Ridges shifted, paths folded inward. Even the light began to fail, though it was only midday. "Stay close," Lorne said. Then, faintly ahead, we saw movement, a figure waving from a ledge below. Human shape, clear as day. "Could be another hiker," Alvarez said, desperate. I knew better. The stance was wrong, the arms too long, proportions off just enough to unsettle the eye. It moved in jerks, halting between gestures like a puppet misstrung. Still, Lorne started toward it. "Captain," I called, but he didn't stop. The figure mirrored him step for step. When Lorne reached the edge, it stopped too, perfectly still. Then it lifted its hand and made a pulling motion, beckoning him forward. He froze. "Don't," I said quietly. "Please don't." The thing tilted its head, and the movement looked learned, like it was mimicking a memory of being human. Then, in Lorne's voice, it said, "Hold the line." He stumbled back as if struck, tripping on a rock and hitting the ground hard. I grabbed his vest, but Alvarez screamed, a single sharp sound, and I turned to see him being dragged again, his rope pulled into the darkness behind a boulder. He vanished in less than a second. "Alvarez," no reply. I ran to the spot. No rope, no blood, no sign of disturbance, just the faint echo of metal scraping far below, like something winding him deeper into the mountain. Lorne was on his knees, trembling. "We're getting out," he said, barely above a whisper. Forget the others. We moved downhill together, sliding on loose gravel, barely keeping footing. The hum followed us, constant, threading through every breath. At one point, I glanced back. The ridge behind us wasn't rock anymore. It was rope. Miles of it, woven tight, glinting in the dull light, stretching from horizon to horizon like veins in stone. And just for a heartbeat, I saw faces moving along it, caught inside the fibers, their eyes opening as we passed. We reached the tree line around dusk, or what should have been dusk. The light didn't fade so much as collapse. One blink it was gray daylight, the next it was the flat dim of twilight, shadows sharpening all at once. The air smelled strange, electric, like the moment before a storm. Lorne kept glancing over his shoulder. I didn't blame him. The ridge was still visible behind us, though it shouldn't have been. We'd descended almost 2,000 feet, but Split Peak still loomed close, too close, its face warped, angles wrong. The upper ridges appeared doubled, as if the mountain had unfolded into itself. We didn't talk. Every sound felt amplified, boots on gravel, breath through masks, gear clinking. The hum had quieted, replaced by something worse, a faint, irregular clicking, metallic and soft, like fingers brushing against carabiners. At 18,042, we hit the lower switchback junction and stopped to rest. My GPS still refused to lock position. The clock froze at the same time it had the day before, 13,012. The battery icon didn't move. Lorne crouched beside a pine and lit a small flare for visibility. The glow painted his face red, and for a moment I saw how pale he'd gone. "You still hearing it?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "Behind us. Keeps the same distance no matter how far we move." "Good." "Means we're still in the same world," he muttered, not entirely joking. The radio crackled again then, sharp, sudden. We both turned. "White Pine Command to Split Peak Team, do you copy?" The voice was clear this time, unmistakably human. I snatched the radio. "Copy." "This is Ranger Ruiz with Captain Lorne. We have one missing, one confirmed fatality request evac from East Trailhead. Repeat, we're coming out via East Ridge." But F4 all we divide and East Ridge. Static. Then a response. Acknowledged. "Stay on marker 12 route." I froze. Marker 12 was on the ridge, not down here. "Command, repeat that," I said. "We're below the ridge. We're descending." No answer. Just the same phrase again, softer. "Stay on marker 12 route." Lorne and I exchanged looks. "That's not base," I said. He didn't answer, just started walking. "Keep moving, Dana." We followed the lower trail another half hour until the forest thickened. Pine trunks rose close together, black silhouettes against the dying light. The ground softened with moss and damp soil. For a moment, it almost felt normal again, just another night descent. I was starting to believe we might actually make it down. Then we found the camp. A single tent, weathered but intact, pitched beside the trail. Dust coated the fabric. A rope line stretched from one corner to a pine branch frayed and cut. I approached slowly, scanning for ID tags. The tent's brand matched the missing party's gear list. My breath went cold. "Lorne," I said. "It's theirs." He joined me, crouching. "Impossible. That tent wasn't logged in any earlier search grid." I unzipped it carefully. Inside lay 3 sleeping bags, neatly arranged side by side, each one zipped shut. No mold, no decay, no smell of rot, just the faint sterile scent of new nylon. Lorne reached for the first zipper. "Don't," I said automatically, but he did. The bag was empty. Any esterserm. After. Perfectly smooth inside, like it had never been used. He opened the second. Same thing. Then the third. A rope lay coiled inside, freshly cut, both ends sealed, clean through. Next to it, a folded map marked with a single red line ending at Split Peak Ridge, coordinate notation written in a hand I recognized from the register log, B. Lee. "That's their handwriting," I whispered. "Brandon's." Before Lorne could respond, the forest around us shifted, not wind movement. Pines swaying in perfect unison though the air was dead still. The branches whispered like ropes under tension, creaking softly. Then the flare dimmed, color draining from it until it burned white. "Back away," Lorne said quietly. Something moved in the dark beyond the tent. Slow, deliberate steps on wet soil. I turned my light that way and froze. 3 figures stood between the trees. Closer now, clearer than before. Not outlines anymore, bodies. Their clothing matched the missing parties, but wrong somehow, colorless and dusty, as if sculpted from ash. Their faces were smooth, features faintly pressed inward like impressions left in clay. The one in front, Kate, or what looked like her, tilted its head, mirroring my own movement perfectly. Then it raised a hand, palm open, in its grip, a rope. It lifted it slowly, showing both ends cut clean through. Lorne whispered, "Don't move," but the figure dropped the rope. It fell soundlessly to the ground, and all 3 of them stepped forward together. My instinct screamed to run, but I couldn't. Every muscle locked. The air thickened again, the same low hum vibrating through the trees, deep enough to rattle my chest cavity. The flare went out. Darkness swallowed everything except the faint shimmer outlining their forms. Dana. My name again, same voice, inches from my ear. I turned reflexively, light sweeping, but there was no one behind me. Only Lorne, frozen mid-step, eyes fixed upward. I followed his gaze. The canopy above us was moving, not swaying, shifting. The branches were looping around each other, twisting into long, taut strands. For a second, I thought they were vines. Then I saw the texture, not bark, rope. Thousands of strands knotted together, vanishing into the black sky. From somewhere deep above came the faint sound of rope under tension, the same measured creak we'd heard on the ridge. Then voices, dozens, overlapping. All saying one thing, hold the line. Lorne grabbed my arm. Run. We bolted downhill. The forest closed in around us, branches snagging at our packs, ground shifting underfoot. I didn't dare look back, though I could hear footsteps behind us. 3 sets, always 3. After what felt like hours, we burst onto open granite. Moonlight poured over the slope. The trailhead sign stood 50 yards ahead. We were out. Lorne didn't stop running until he hit the truck. He slammed the door, started the engine, and floored it. Gravel sprayed behind us. We didn't speak the entire drive back. The only sound was the faint ticking of the altimeter still frozen at 10,127 feet. When we reached White Pine Station, the night shift ranger came out, startled. "Captain, Ruiz, we thought you were still on site," he said. "Base got a transmission from you less than an hour ago." I frowned. "No, we lost signal yesterday." He looked confused. "Then who's up there?" "They said it was you." Female voice, identifying as Ranger Ruiz, said you'd found all 3 bodies and were holding position at marker 12. Lorne and I just stared at each other. That night, I went through every piece of data I'd logged: GPS, radio timestamps, voice clips. The last recorded entry before my system froze, 13,012, same as before, but there was a new file I hadn't created. Audio, no label. I played it. The hum filled the speakers first, then a soft breath. "Dana." My own voice answered, distorted but unmistakable. "Hold the line." The file cut out there. I deleted it. It came back 5 minutes later. Same timestamp, same hum. The case was closed 3 days later, listed as fatal climbing accident. The official report cites unconfirmed seismic interference and environmental distortion as the reason for communication failure. Lorne retired within the month. He doesn't talk about it. I stayed 1 more season before transferring to administrative duty. Haven't set foot on Split Peak since. But sometimes, when the park radio hums between frequencies, I hear it faintly again. A whisper threaded through static, just beneath hearing range. "Hold the line." And lately, the signal's getting stronger.
My name is Elise Moran. I'm a wilderness survival videographer based out of Northern California. I've filmed over 20 expeditions, from the Redwood Coast to the Mojave Fringe, most of them solo. My channel's small but steady, focused on practical survival fire starting methods, tarp shelters, water filtration, that sort of thing. I don't fake anything, and I don't dramatize. The whole point is authenticity. 1 camera, 1 person, 1 landscape. So when I say that what happened in Granite Hollow was real, I mean it in the same way I mean that my hands bled from splitting wood, or that the night temperatures dropped below freezing. It happened. Granite Hollow isn't a mapped trail. It's a drainage cut off the western Sierra foothills, about 50 miles east of Fresno. The locals call it the Bowl, a shallow depression ringed by sharp granite outcrops, threaded with dry creek beds and black pine. I picked it because it was quiet, unvisited, and free of restrictions. I'd planned a 4-day solo. No phone, no GPS, just a topographic map, a compass, and my filming gear. The first day went as smooth as every other trip. The air smelled of dust and iron from the rock. I stopped often to record segments. Day 1, elevation roughly 4,000 feet, clear skies, moving west into the hollow. I made camp near the base of a granite ledge where the creek cut through. Around sunset, the canyon glowed with copper light, and for a while, it felt almost wholly quiet in that deep, unshared way. I woke up because my camera light was on. My main DSLR was mounted on a tripod facing my camp, the way I usually set it to catch night sequences. I always turn it off before sleeping. Battery life is everything. But the small red indicator was blinking, recording. But the feed began in complete darkness, my sleeping bag faintly visible in the corner. Then movement, soft, grainy motion like someone walking just outside the firelight. At first I thought it was me getting up, but the silhouette was wrong. Taller. Walked behind the tripod, then past my tent, vanishing toward the creek. Just crickets, the low rush of the creek. I chalked it up to paranoia and shut the camera off properly this time. Maybe the wind had jostled the power switch. Maybe the lens caught a shadow or a passing animal. Still, I kept my knife in the bag beside me that night. I remember even talking to the camera about the peace of isolation, how the forest had a rhythm that technology dulled out of us. I packed up camp around 2 p.m. and decided to move deeper into the hollow, aiming for a granite shelf marked on the map. The sun dropped behind the ridgeline faster than it should have. When I finally reached the shelf, the light had gone gray. I set up a small fire, unpacked the tripod, and began filming the evening log. I turned slowly, thinking maybe my secondary GoPro mounted on a nearby rock had started recording by motion sensor. But its light was off. The click came again, from farther back, near the edge of the pines. I kept waking up every hour, listening to the crackle of pine needles, trying to tell if I heard steps under the sound. The air felt thick, metallic almost, like before a thunderstorm. My wristwatch alarm went off, something I never set. The noise jolted me upright. That's when I noticed faint movement in the LCD screen reflection. Behind me, just at the border of the firelight, someone stood still. I turned instantly, light beam cutting through smoke, and the space was empty. The trees were close enough to form shapes that could fool the eye, but the image I'd seen wasn't a trick of light. It was upright, human-sized, and motionless. I heard water running faintly somewhere below the rock shelf. The silence pressed so hard it felt like sound itself had drained away. I said something to the camera, some shaky reassurance that it was probably a shadow. But my voice didn't sound right. It trembled in a way I didn't recognize. When dawn came, I felt wrung out. I made coffee from melted frost, packed my gear, and decided to cut the trip short, 3 days instead of 4. I told myself I had enough footage already. The hike out was long, uphill most of the way. I stopped only once to drink and check my map. Around noon, I reached a clearing that overlooked the hollow from above. From there, I could see my previous camp by the ledge, a tiny circle of ash and footprints. I zoomed in with the camera for a last shot, framing it neatly. Someone standing right where my tripod had been. It was far, maybe 200 meters, but the outline was clear. A person, still, facing upward toward me. I lowered the camera, blinked, looked again with my eyes. Nothing. I started to believe I was safe again, that my mind had conjured shapes out of solitude. When I reached the car, my dashboard clock read 2011 p.m. I tossed my pack in the back seat, started the engine, and sat for a while just breathing. The quiet of the vehicle felt unreal, like the walls of the forest still pressed against it. I labeled the folders as usual: Granite Hollow Day 1, Granite Hollow Day 2, etc. Most files were fine, typical logs and landscape shots. But halfway through the transfer, the progress bar froze. The first 5 showed my camp from different angles, handheld, moving closer each time. The 6th opened in total darkness. Then the lens tilted upward, slowly, until my own sleeping face filled the frame. When I saw that last frame, my cell, the lens inches from my face. The file timestamps matched exactly with the window of time I'd been awake that night, hearing movement in the dark. Meaning, whoever, or whatever, had filmed me had come close enough to touch me. I left the lights on and kept the camera bag zipped tight on the floor like I was afraid it would start recording on its own again. Around 5 a.m., when the city noise began creeping in, garbage trucks, distant dogs, I decided to go through the footage again, this time slower. I needed to understand what I brought back from that hollow. The breathing on the mic was slow, steady, not panicked. It wasn't me. I compared it against my voice from earlier clips. The rhythm was off. Too even, too measured. Then came that final shot again. Me, turned slightly on my side, mouth open in shallow sleep. The camera hovered for maybe 6 seconds, steady. Then a hand, pale, long-fingered, moved briefly across the bottom of the frame, adjusting focus. By the second night, curiosity beat fear. I needed to know if the files were really from my camera or if someone had slipped a card into my pack. By the second night, cards on the table and checked metadata. Every clip came from the same serial number, my DSLR. So unless someone had the same model and physically swapped the card in and out of my camera, it had recorded those videos itself. The camera's system clock was 4 hours ahead of real time, though I'd set it correctly before the trip. The file names on the return folder were in reverse order, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, like they'd been written backward. By dawn, I'd convinced myself the only logical move was to go back. Not for content, not even for closure. Just to make sense of what happened. I packed light this time. No tripod, no tent, just my DSLR, a headlamp, a knife, and enough food for one night. The drive out was familiar, almost comforting. I took the same forest road, same turnoff by the rusted gate. I followed my old path downhill, tracing landmarks I recognized. The creek bend, the granite ledge, the shelf where I'd bivvied. The ash circle from my last fire was still there, faint under scattered pine needles. I filmed while walking, narrating as usual, though my voice sounded unnatural. By late afternoon, I'd reached the same rock shelf. I unpacked and checked the battery levels. Full. Everything ready. I didn't plan to stay the night, but I wanted to record one continuous sequence through sunset to see if anything triggered the camera again. My camera was rolling, but the noise had come from behind me. I turned slowly, scanning the granite field with my headlamp. Nothing, just empty ground and the skeletal shapes of pines against the horizon. I checked the DSLR screen. It was still recording. Then, faintly, another sound, this time from the camera itself. Whine, as if the focus ring was turning on its own. The lens extended slightly, refocused, then held steady on my face. I took my hand off it, backing away. The red indicator light flickered, paused, and started blinking faster, like it was reacting to my movement. I said quietly, "If someone's there, you need to stop messing around." I pulled the battery still. The screen stayed lit for a full 3 seconds before finally dying. I sat on the rock, shaking. The hollow was utterly silent. Then I realized something worse. My secondary camera, the GoPro I hadn't even powered on, was blinking faintly inside my pack. I pulled it out. I turned it toward the rock to block its view, but the image lagged, almost resisting. I set it down face first on the granite and stepped back. The red light continued flashing against the stone like a heartbeat. I decided then I was leaving. I turned and looked down the slope. In the dim light, there were 3 tiny red dots winking up at me, 3 cameras, all on. Except I only owned 2. From the hollow, far below, I saw faint flashes, 3 rhythmic pulses of red light blinking in unison. When I got home that night, the first thing I did was throw the cameras in a closet. I didn't even check if they were still recording. I just shut the door. It was from the living room. I stepped out dripping, wrapped a towel around myself, and crept toward the door. The apartment was dim, just the glow from the streetlights. The closet door stood slightly open. Inside, one of the cameras was on. The lens was aimed directly at the doorway, at me. And on the screen, through the grain, my face asleep in the dark. Just stood there dripping on the floor, staring into that faint bluish glow from the camera's screen. The image wasn't live. It couldn't have been. I was standing there in the doorway, yet the video showed me lying on the ground, asleep. But my eyes were open in that recording, glinting white under the dim light, fixed right on the lens. The second my shadow crossed the threshold, the image blinked to static. Then it went black. I unplugged the power cable, yanked out the battery, and for good measure, stuffed the entire camera into a duffel bag. Then I took the other 2, the GoPro and the backup DSLR, and shoved them in too. Zipped it all up, knotted the strap. Every creak in the apartment felt like breath. I told myself I was overreacting, that maybe the SD cards had glitched, or the files had corrupted. But somewhere between 3 and 4 a.m., I heard the faint tick of a shutter again. The plan, if I can call it that, was to dump the cameras in Granite Hollow and be done with it. Let whatever that place was keep them. It felt irrational even as I thought it, but I couldn't carry those things another night. I parked, left the car idling, duffel on the passenger seat. For 10 full minutes, I sat there gripping the steering wheel. The trees ahead looked still, almost too still. The thought hit me that if something had followed me out of that hollow, if it was already in the cameras, then bringing them back might not matter. But the sound came again. Click. This time from the back seat. I turned slowly. I don't remember opening the door or grabbing the bag. I just know I was running down the road, gravel crunching under my boots, until the fog swallowed the car behind me. But I could feel it watching, not like eyes, but like static against skin. I reached the ledge above the hollow around 8003. The air had that iron taste again, metallic and thin. I didn't stop to film, didn't even glance around. I dropped the duffel onto the ground, pulled it open, and started tossing gear piece by piece into the canyon. The GoPro made a small, hollow clatter and rolled until I couldn't see it. The sound echoed longer than it should have, like the canyon walls kept repeating it back. When the last piece was gone, I just stood there, breathing hard. I half expected silence to fall and stay that way. But instead, from below, somewhere deep in the hollow, a faint whir rose up, the sound of a lens motor turning. I backed away. The sound grew louder, layered, like more than one camera adjusting focus at once. Then click, click, click. Then I drove, not caring which direction, as long as it was away. I didn't stop until I hit a small diner off the highway an hour later. My hands were still shaking when I ordered coffee. The waitress said something about my face being pale, asked if I'd been camping. For a moment I thought maybe what I'd heard was related, some kind of surveillance equipment, but no, the footage on screen showed a different area entirely. I paid, left, and promised myself I'd never film solo again. That night, I got home around 10. I didn't even turn on the lights. I locked every door, drew the curtains, and sat in silence. No more cameras, no more recording, just me and a single lamp. At exactly 11:07 p.m., my phone buzzed. Unknown number, no message. Just a notification that a file had been shared via CloudSync. The name, Granite Hollow Return. I heard wind, faint static, and the unmistakable crunch of gravel underfoot. The lens tilted upward. The frame brightened as though dawn was coming. Then it followed. The video ended just before the ledge disappeared from view. I deleted it immediately, then unplugged my Wi-Fi router, phone, everything. I whispered into the dark. Stop recording. The air moved like a breath against my ear. Click. I turned toward the sound, but nothing was there. My heart hammered so hard it blurred my vision. Then, slowly, the shadows began to pulse. Every few seconds, a dim flash lit the room. Not bright, more like the faint blink of a camera indicator light. On the floor, each blink perfectly timed, in rhythm, as if something invisible surrounded me in a ring. Then the flashes stopped. The dark became total. It took me a few seconds to realize the second voice wasn't echo. It was speaking with mine, matching every word in perfect timing, but off by a breath, just enough to sound wrong. The line repeated twice, then stopped abruptly, leaving the kind of silence that feels thick enough to touch. I backed toward the door, fumbling for the light switch. When it flicked on, the brightness hit so suddenly I flinched. The room was empty. I didn't wait to think. I grabbed my keys, phone, and backpack and left. The hallway outside was dim and quiet. No neighbors, no noise. The front-facing camera was on, but the preview wasn't showing my face. It was showing my apartment. The angle looked like it was being filmed from above the doorway, as though the phone were still inside, recording from a place it couldn't possibly be. The timestamp said, I checked into a cheap roadside motel near Corsgold, half an hour west of the park boundary. Old carpet, buzzing fluorescent light, no cameras. It felt safe enough. I bought a burner phone, paid cash, and stayed offline. I made coffee in the small drip pot by the sink and sat by the window, staring out at the empty lot. My hands had stopped shaking. I started to believe the worst was over. Around noon, I decided to go through my backpack, make sure I hadn't accidentally packed one of the old SD cards. I dumped everything onto the bed: knife, clothes, compass, flashlight, first aid kit. No electronics. It was off, had been off for days, but the beam flared and died like something had triggered it. I picked it up and twisted the cap to remove the batteries. They were reversed, positive and negative flipped. And then, from behind the bathroom door, came the sound of a camera shutter. I don't remember crossing the room. I only remember pushing that door open and finding my old DSLR sitting on the counter, lens facing the doorway. The same camera I'd thrown into the hollow. Its power light was on. The mirror above the sink reflected me standing in the frame. Something behind me. It looked like a person, but stretched somehow, like the shape was being pulled from a different angle of space. It wasn't visible when I turned, only in the reflection. A tall, pale outline, head slightly tilted, watching. I ran out of the motel barefoot, didn't stop until I reached the main road. The manager shouted something after me, but I didn't hear. I got into my car and kept driving north. I don't even remember choosing a direction, I just needed distance. At some point I realized I was near Yosemite's southern entrance, close enough to see the ridgelines. My dashboard clock blinked 6:42 p.m. I pulled over at a small overlook, engine idling, and tried to calm down. The idea hit me. Not logical, but maybe necessary. That, whatever this thing was, it began out there. Maybe it stayed tied to that place. But I still had my laptop. I opened it on the passenger seat, connected to the car charger, and went into my video files. The folder Return was gone, replaced by a new one. The frame tilted down, and I saw my car parked where it was right now. The realization came slow. This wasn't an old clip. It was live. My breath fogged in the cold air. On the laptop screen, the camera zoomed closer to the car, slowly, deliberately. I looked around the overlook, but the tree line was empty. The headlights washed over the trees, and for a split second, I saw a figure between them, still, watching. Its outline looked human, but the proportions were off, arms too long, head bowed. The faint glint of glass at its chest caught the light, like a lens. By the time the sky began to pale, I was hours away, deep into the Central Valley. I checked the back seat once. Empty. At sunrise, I pulled over near a field, killed the engine, and sat there listening to the quiet. The world finally sounded real again. Distant birds, wind through grass, no static. One laptop one last time. The screen was black, but faint. Then the reflection changed. In the glass, my mouth was moving, slowly, deliberately. But I wasn't speaking. The audio turned on by itself. My voice, calm, steady. Day 4. Still, sometimes at night, the faint sound of a shutter wakes me from sleep. No flash, no light, just the click, slow and deliberate. Last week, I borrowed a friend's phone for directions. The Photos app glitched for a moment before opening. And at the bottom of the image, in gray text, a file name, auto-saved by the system, Granite Hollow Return 4.